What if the whispers of ancient gods still echoed through the forests and rivers of a forgotten land, waiting for the right moment to awaken? Beneath the heavy canopy of towering pines, shadows dance like phantoms in the twilight, holding secrets that have simmered for centuries. Each rustle in the underbrush sends a shiver through the air, a pulse of anticipation, as if the very earth knows that something monumental is on the brink of unfolding. In the dim light of a fading sun, the air thickens with tension, thick enough to slice through. A solitary figure stands at the edge of a mist-laden bog, heart racing, senses heightened. The scent of wet earth mingles with the distant cry of a raven, its call haunting, a reminder of the past's relentless grip. Stories of gods and spirits weave through the folklore, legends of sacrifice and battles that shaped destinies. Yet, the air feels charged with more than mere myth. It hums with the weight of unfulfilled prophecies. What if the river that cuts through this land could speak, revealing the blood-soaked tales of betrayal and heroism? Each ripple in its current carries the essence of ancestors, their joys and sorrows trapped in time, waiting for a brave soul to listen. The waters glimmer with a strange luminosity, hinting at the otherworldly forces that lie beneath the surface, forces that could shift the balance between worlds, should they choose to rise again. A flicker of movement draws the figure's gaze, and the throb of their heartbeat quickens. Shapes loom in the distance, vague yet undeniably present, cloaked in the fading light. Are they mere figments of imagination, or something more sinister? Legends speak of the vengeful spirits of the forest, guardians of ancient wisdom now twisted by grief and wrath. Tension crackles in the air, a silent battle of wills brewing between the mortal and the ethereal. The wind picks up, carrying a chilling melody that seems to beckon, luring the wanderer closer to the threshold of the unknown. Each step feels like a daring challenge, as if the earth itself tests their resolve. What has been forgotten may soon be reclaimed, but at what cost? There are whispers of a prophecy, of a convergence that could awaken the slumbering powers, unleashing chaos or salvation. The very fabric of fate hangs by a thread, ready to unravel in a tapestry of blood and glory. As the figure inches forward, the boundaries between dream and reality blur. In this land where myth and memory intertwine, an ancient power stirs, restless and hungry. The air thickens with foreboding, and the trees lean closer, their gnarled branches like fingers reaching out. An unspoken tension lingers, thick enough to feel as the world holds its breath, teetering on the brink of an awakening that could change everything. History is not just a whisper here, it is a roar, ready to break free. The stage is set, and the players are in motion. In the misty mornings of ancient times, long before the first roads were carved into the earth, a land thrummed with the heartbeat of the gods. Here, in the deep woods of the Baltic region, the air was thick with stories, whispered by the wind. And the shadows danced to the rhythm of ancestral rhythms. The people of these lands, the Lithuanians, Latvians, and Estonians, lived in vibrant connection with nature, crafting a rich tapestry of beliefs that intertwined the mortal and the divine, reflecting their hopes, fears, and the mysteries of the world around them. Every brook sang of the water spirits, and every towering tree held the soul of a guardian. The sun rose and set under the watchful eyes of celestial beings who regulated the cycles of life and death, sowing and reaping, light and darkness. The very soil they tread was sacred, filled with traces of their ancestors and a promise of the future. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. The flickering flames of the hearth illuminated the faces of the storytellers, who spun tales that breathed life into the cosmos. In the beginning, the Baltic gods were not distant figures locked away in some celestial palace. They moved among the people, their laughter echoing through the valleys, their sighs rustling the leaves. Dievas, the shining god of sky and light, was revered as the creator of all that is good. Yet, the balance he maintained was fragile, threatened by darker forces. The goddess Lima, the weaver of fate, held the power to intertwine destinies, her threads glistening with the hopes and dreams of every child born under her watchful gaze. And lurking in the shadows was Velnias, the trickster spirit, who danced on the edge of chaos, reminding mortals that life was as unpredictable as the shifting winds. As the seasons turned, the rituals took root in the hearts of the people. Offerings were made to appease the spirits of the forest, the waters, and the ancestors. The air would fill with the scent of burning herbs and the echo of drums, merging with the cries of joy and the pleading of those seeking favors from the unseen. It was a time when the line between the sacred and the ordinary blurred, and every stone, every stream, held an ancient story waiting to be told. The arrival of outsiders began to paint a new picture upon this vibrant canvas. Traders and conquerors brought with them foreign gods, weaving their beliefs into the rich fabric of Baltic mythology. Christianity, with its promise of salvation, crept in like a winter chill, challenging the ancient ways. But the old gods did not fade away easily. They adapted, transforming into figures cloaked in new meanings, their myths subtly reshaping to endure the tides of change. Even in the face of adversity, the whispers of the past continued to resonate, echoing through rituals and folktales passed down from generation to generation. The stories of old were not merely entertainment, they were lifelines, threads connecting the present to the ancient past. Villagers gathered around the fire, their faces illuminated by the glow, as voices intertwined with the night. They told of the great hero, Kurbats, who fought against the forces of darkness, his courage inspiring those who listened. The tales of the maiden goddess, who guarded the spring flowers and ensured bountiful harvests, brought tears of joy and laughter that mingled with the crackling flames. In the background, nature played its part, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. The forests stood tall and watchful, the rivers flowed endlessly, and the winds carried the secrets of the ages. It was a world where every encounter was laden with meaning, every element imbued with the essence of the divine. The people understood their place within this vibrant universe, their lives a delicate dance between reverence for nature and the relentless march of time. With the passage of centuries, the essence of Baltic mythology became a resilient force, defying the grip of time and the shadows of forgetfulness. Tales were etched into the very landscape, each hill and valley a chapter in a grand narrative that shaped the identity of the people. The folklore became not just a relic of the past, but a living tradition, a bubbling cauldron from which new stories emerged, echoing the struggles and triumphs of each generation. In the heart of the Baltic lands, during the longest nights of winter, the celebration of Yule brought the community together, igniting the spirit of the ancient gods once more. The warmth of the hearth represented the enduring light against the encroaching darkness. Families honored their ancestors with offerings of bread and mead, a promise that the stories would never fade, and that the spirits of those who came before would always be remembered. But as the flickering flames cast shadows that danced against the walls, a sense of urgency grew. The world outside was changing at an alarming pace. Industrialization, wars, and the relentless advance of modernity threatened to drown the ancient songs beneath the weight of progress. Yet, even amidst the turmoil, the pulse of Baltic mythology throbbed quietly, waiting for a moment to rise once more, to reclaim its place in the hearts of the people. In quiet corners of homes, the tales persisted, passed from grandmother to grandchild, igniting a flame of curiosity and wonder. The stories whispered of times when the gods walked among mortals, when nature breathed with a profound spirit, and when every soul played a part in a grand, interconnected dance. The past met the present in an eternal embrace, coaxing the old legends out of the shadows. As night deepened and stars sprinkled the sky like diamonds, the ancient whispers flowed through the air, filling the hearts of those who listened with the thrill of possibility. The origins of Baltic mythology were not just a story of the past. They lingered, vibrant and alive, waiting to entwine with the present in ways unimaginable. The air buzzed with anticipation, and the echoes of the ancient past began to take on new life, leading into the dawn of the next chapter in a saga that would never truly end. In the quiet morning mist, the echoes of ancient battles whispered through the dense forests of the Baltic region. The air was thick with the weight of history, where every tree stood as a silent witness to centuries of struggle, resilience, and change. It was a land where the clash of cultures painted a vibrant tapestry of life, a place where the past lingered in the shadows and shaped the very identity of its people. The Baltic Sea, glistening like a diamond under the sun, was once a bustling highway of trade and conflict. From its shores, the tales of the Viking marauders sailed forth, their longships slicing through the waves, carrying not just warriors, but stories of glory and conquest. The Vikings, fierce and unyielding, plundered the coastal towns, leaving behind both fear and a legacy that intertwined with the lands they touched. This was not merely a history of violence. It was a history of interaction, of cultures merging and clashing, forging new identities from the ashes of the old. As time unfurled, the medieval Hanseatic League emerged, a network of merchant guilds and towns united in trade. The bustling marketplace of Riga, with its cobblestone streets alive with the chatter of merchants from all corners of Europe, became a melting pot of ideas and goods, a tapestry woven with the threads of commerce. The League not only enriched its members, but also sowed the seeds of unity and discord. The Baltic became a stage for power plays, where wealth was both a boon and a source of envy, igniting rivalries that would shape the region's destiny. Yet, the Baltic was not merely a theater of commerce. It was also a canvas painted with strokes of ambition. The great empires of the East and West cast greedy eyes upon its shores. Sweden and Poland, Russia and Denmark all vied for control, their ambitions igniting fierce wars that echoed through the valleys and hills. One could almost hear the clashing swords and the cries of the fallen, the echoes of 1,000 voices lost to time but never forgotten. Each battle carved deeper scars into the land, leaving behind a legacy of survival and defiance. Through the tumult of war, the spirit of the Baltic people thrived, their identities shaped by the tides of change. The Livonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians held fast to their traditions, their folklore rich with the stories of gods and warriors, of life, love, and loss. These tales, passed down through generations, became the heartbeat of a culture that refused to be silenced. The old songs and dances carried the weight of history, resonating with the pain of oppression and the joy of resilience, echoing in the hearts of those who called the Baltic home. As the 19th century dawned, the winds of nationalism swept across Europe, igniting a fire in the hearts of many. In the Baltic, the struggle for identity intensified, as people yearned for autonomy and the right to govern their own destinies. The cries for freedom reverberated through the towns and villages, each voice a note in a symphony of hope. The banners of independence unfurled, vibrant against the backdrop of oppression, as the Baltic nations sought to reclaim their stories from the shadows of the past. The brutal reality of World War I and II shattered the fragile peace that had taken root. The Baltic states became pawns in a brutal game of power, swallowed by the looming specter of Soviet communism. The iron grip of oppression stifled voices and dreams, casting a dark pall over a land that had once been vibrant with life. Yet, even in the face of adversity, the spirit of the people flickered like a candle in the night. Underground movements flourished, whispers of hope passing through the cracks of oppression, igniting a relentless pursuit of freedom. Amidst the despair, the summer of 1989 awakened a fierce wave of change, as a chorus of voices united under the banner of independence. The Baltic Way, a human chain stretching across the three nations, stood as a testament to the power of unity and the unbreakable spirit of the people. With hands clasped together, they forged a link that transcended borders and ideologies, a powerful statement against tyranny that sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it. As the dust of revolution settled, the newfound independence was not merely a political victory. It was a rebirth of identity, a reclamation of culture and history. The Baltic nations, now standing tall on the world stage, began to weave their own narratives anew. The languages, once silenced, found their voices again, vibrant and alive, echoing through the streets of Tallinn, Riga, and Vilnius. Festivals celebrating heritage sprung forth, a joyful affirmation of who they were, nations reborn from the ashes, ready to carve their paths in the modern world. Yet, the echoes of the past never truly faded. The scars of history remained etched in the hearts of the people, a constant reminder of the struggles they had faced. As they looked toward the future, a delicate balance hung in the air, a desire to embrace progress while honoring the traditions that had shaped them. The Baltic region stood on the precipice of a new era, where hope intertwined with the heavy burden of history, creating a complex narrative that was still being written. With every step forward, the past loomed large, a specter of both caution and inspiration. The ancient forests, the shimmering waters of the Baltic Sea, and the cobblestone streets continued to witness the unfolding of a story rich in emotion and resilience. The people, ever hopeful, stood ready to face the unknown, their hearts beating in rhythm with the land that had forged them. As whispers of the past mingled with the promise of the future, the narrative of the Baltic region danced on the edge of history, a living testament to survival, strength, and unbreakable spirit. And as the sun began to set over the horizon, casting golden hues across the skies, the stories of the Baltic region were far from over, each moment a thread woven into the fabric of time, waiting to be told. The ancient sky was a canvas of swirling colors as twilight descended over the land. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a whisper of stories long forgotten, yet pulsing with life. In the shadows of towering oaks, the echoes of myths began to resonate, pulling at the hearts of those who dared to listen. They spoke of gods and heroes, of fierce beasts and fertile fields, all interwoven in the fabric of existence. Each tale was a thread, connecting the distant past to the present, igniting a fire of emotion that flickered in the minds of listeners across generations. Indo-European mythology. The very name conjures images of great warriors, wise deities, and the vibrant tapestry of cultural traditions that once roamed vast lands from India to Ireland. Every story told was a reflection of humanity itself, revealing both our deepest fears and our greatest aspirations. These myths were not just tales for entertainment. They were the lifeblood of a people, painting vivid pictures of the world around them and offering solace in times of turmoil. Consider the mighty Thor, the hammer-wielding god of thunder, whose legend inspired strength and courage. As storms raged overhead, the Norse would look to the skies, believing their fate rested in the hands of this powerful deity. His battles against giants were more than mere tales of good versus evil. They represented the age-old struggle of humanity against chaos, a reminder that courage could overcome even the fiercest of storms. Across the seas, in the sunlit valleys of ancient Greece, the tales of Zeus and his pantheon thrummed with life. The Greeks revered their gods as reflections of their own nature, flawed, passionate, and all too human. The story of Persephone, abducted by Hades, captured the raw emotion of loss and reunion, mirroring the cycles of life and death. Each spring brought joy and warmth as Persephone returned, a testament to hope and rebirth, striking a chord within every soul who had ever known heartache. In the sprawling plains of India, the rich narratives of the Mahabharata unfolded, a colossal epic filled with conflict, duty, and righteousness. Arjuna, standing on the battlefield, faced a moral dilemma that resonated through the ages, the struggle between personal loyalty and the greater good. This moment captured the essence of human existence, the internal battles that rage within each of us. It was not just a story of warriors, it was a reflection of the choices that shape our lives, echoing the complexities of morality in a world forever torn between right and wrong. As these myths traveled through time and space, they transformed, adapting to the cultures that embraced them. Each retelling added layers, complexifying the characters and their journeys, while still anchoring themselves to their Indo-European roots. The Celts, for instance, infused their own beliefs into the ancient tales, weaving in elements of nature and the supernatural. The shimmering presence of fairies and mystical beings danced alongside legendary heroes, creating a rich tapestry that captivated the heart and soul of the Irish landscape. The ancient Romans, too, were not immune to the allure of these myths. With their pantheon mirroring that of the Greeks, they adapted the stories to fit their own identity. Mars, the god of war, became emblematic of the Roman spirit, unyielding, fierce, and intensely proud. Yet, even in the might of empire, the stories carried whispers of vulnerability, of the god's own conflicts, mirroring the struggles of humanity. This emotional depth made the myths timeless, allowing them to resonate with the hearts of people across centuries. From the humble farmer to the emperor in his gilded palace. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the influence of these ancient tales seeped into every corner of society. They shaped languages, influenced art, and inspired generations of writers, poets, and dreamers. The stories of gods and heroes were not confined to dusty scrolls. They sprang to life in the vibrant performances of traveling bards who spun their words like silk, leaving audiences spellbound. Each recounting heightened the sense of connection, a shared humanity that transcended distance and time. But darkness loomed as well. Conflict brewed among the stories themselves. The rich tapestry began to fray as cultures collided, and the purity of the mythos was challenged by the rising tides of monotheism. The old gods faced a reckoning, their temples abandoned, and their rituals forgotten. Yet, within the hearts of those who believed, the echoes of their power remained. These myths, despite being overshadowed by new ideologies, clung to life, whispered in hushed tones around fires, and carried on the winds through generations. In the quiet moments, when the world slowed down, individuals sought solace in these stories. They found strength in the knowledge that they were not alone in their struggles, that the gods themselves grappled with pain and loss, love and betrayal. The tales became a balm for the human spirit, offering hope in the darkest of times. The cycle of life, death, and rebirth flowed through every story, echoing the unbreakable bond between humanity and the divine. The myths of the Indo-Europeans were not just remnants of a bygone era. They were alive, pulsating with the essence of human experience. They inspired artists to paint, writers to create, and musicians to compose. They ignited the imagination, serving as a bridge connecting the past to the present, whispering in the ears of those willing to listen. The stories lived on in the hearts of individuals, in the traditions passed down through generations, reflecting the eternal dance of existence. And so, as the night embraced the land, the influence of these ancient myths continued to ripple through society. The tales wove their way into the very fabric of life, reminding humanity of its shared journey, past, present, and future. The hearts of those who listened beat in time with the rhythms of the stories, a testament to the power of myth in shaping identity, culture, and the relentless pursuit of understanding in an ever-changing world. A cold wind howled through the ancient forests of the Baltics, carrying whispers of old stories and forgotten legends. The trees, tall and gnarled, stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, their roots tangled in the rich, dark soil, nurtured by centuries of sacred rituals and offerings to the deities who reigned over the lives of the people. This land, steeped in mythology, pulsed with the energy of its gods, each one embodying the very essence of nature, love, and the eternal cycle of life and death. At the center of this pantheon was Perkunas, the mighty god of thunder and lightning. His presence crackled in the air like the electric charge before a storm, a force of nature that demanded both fear and respect. Clad in armor that shimmered like the sun breaking through dark clouds, he wielded a hammer that could crack the sky with deafening booms. Farmers prayed to him for rain, for without it, their crops withered under the unforgiving sun. Yet, he was also a protector, a guardian of justice who watched over the weak and punished the wicked. His legends told of battles fought against the serpent-like creature, Velnius, who represented chaos and darkness, a constant reminder of the struggle between order and disarray. The strength of Perkunas echoed in the hearts of the people, a vibrant beat that resonated with their hopes and fears, binding them to his spirit. Then there was Laima, the goddess of fate, who spun the threads of destiny with delicate fingers. She balanced joy and sorrow with a gentle touch, her presence felt in the laughter of children and the tears of mourners. The people revered her in their homes, lighting candles for her to bless their loved ones and guide their paths. Laima's duality fascinated all. She could bring fortune or misfortune, and it was this unpredictability that made her so deeply human. On the mornings when the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson, one might hear the soft rustle of leaves, a sign that Laima was nearby, weaving her magic into the day, shaping futures with every breath. Love was her realm, and couples would offer small tokens of affection, believing that she would smile upon their unions, sealing their destinies with a promise of happiness. As the seasons turned and the year rolled on, the spirit of Gemina, the earth goddess, enveloped the landscape like a warm embrace. She was the nurturing mother, the keeper of the soil, who breathed life into the world. The earth was her body, rich with the promise of sustenance. Her laughter mingled with the rustling grasses and the soft crooning of birds. Farmers would gather at her sacred groves, touching the earth reverently, whispering prayers for bountiful harvests. It was said that she could feel their gratitude, and in return, she brought forth the fruits of the land with a flourish. In her presence, even the most skeptical found themselves humbled, drawn into the rhythms of life she orchestrated. The cycle of planting and reaping mirrored the heartbeat of Gemina, a testament to the beauty of life's interconnectedness. She was the sigh of wind through the trees, the quiet strength that held the world together, and her essence flowed through every living thing. In stark contrast, Velnius, the trickster and god of the underworld, stirred unease in the hearts of many. Cloaked in shadows, his laughter echoed through the nights, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead. He was the master of mischief, capable of leading the unwary into temptation and confusion. While some feared him, others saw the wisdom in his chaotic nature. He was a necessary part of the cosmic balance. Stories about Velnius were told in hushed tones, often around flickering fires, where the lines between fear and fascination blurred. He was not merely a malevolent figure, but a complex deity who brought lessons wrapped in riddles. His presence loomed like dark clouds on the horizon, a harbinger of storms that could cleanse or destroy. These four deities, intertwined in an intricate dance, defined the lives of the people who revered them. As each season passed, their stories unfolded, breathing life into the land and its traditions. In the depths of winter, when the nights stretched long and cold, Perkunas would battle the darkness, casting lightning across the sky as a beacon of hope. In spring, Lima would awaken the earth, coaxing flowers from their slumber and igniting love in the hearts of the young. Summer brought Gemina's bounty, filling tables with vibrant fruits and grains, while autumn whispered of Velnius's trickery, the rustling leaves a reminder of the fleeting nature of life. The people lived in harmony with these divine forces, their emotions guiding their daily rituals, their fears and hopes tied to the whims of the gods. The ancient groves and sacred sites echoed with the songs and prayers of countless generations, a tapestry woven from the threads of faith and reverence. Each deity was not simply a distant figure, but an integral part of their lives, a comforting presence in times of need and a source of awe during moments of wonder. In the twilight of their days, when the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, the elderly would share tales of their encounters with the gods, their voices trembling with emotion. Those stories wrapped around the listeners like the warmest blanket, igniting sparks of imagination and wonder. It was in these stories that the essence of the Baltic pantheon thrived, a living testament to the enduring bond between humanity and the divine. As the shadows lengthened and stars twinkled into existence, a gentle breeze would carry the echoes of their words, the pulse of ancient magic alive in the night air, as if the deities themselves listened, ready to weave their influence into the hearts of all who still dared to believe. In the hushed shadows of ancient forests, where the whispers of the wind intertwined with the murmurs of the earth, the Baltic lands held stories that pulsed with life. a heartbeat echoing through time. These tales spoke of creation, of how the world came to be, and how the very fabric of existence was woven from the threads of wonder and chaos. A forgotten age where the sky was a canvas of fury and gentleness, painted with the hues of celestial beings, awaited discovery. Once upon a time, there existed a vast, unbroken expanse of water, a deep and endless sea. This was not merely a body of water. It was a living entity, surging with ancient energy. From its depths arose a sultry mist, rising like a shroud, curling and twisting as though it were a creature yearning for light. Then came the great bird, the divine goose, with feathers glistening like stars. It soared above the waters, its wings casting ripples across the surface, invoking life from the depths below. With a single powerful stroke, the bird dived, and the world trembled in anticipation. From the dark depths, it brought forth the first land, the island of Aitvaras. Emerging from the water, this land emerged like a dream, shimmering with promise, rich in forests, rivers, and hills. The bird's song echoed through the air, a melodic chant that infused the earth with spirit. But creation was not a simple act. It was a tumultuous dance of chaos and order. The bird then struck the ground with its beak, and from its touch, trees sprang forth, their roots entwining with one another like the fingers of long-lost friends. The sky, once a mere backdrop, bled brilliant colors, the dawn of a new era. Yet the story didn't end there. As the land flourished, the mighty goddess, Lima, emerged from the fabric of the cosmos, draped in a gown, woven from the very essence of fate. She gazed upon the island and saw beauty in the chaos, yet felt a longing that stirred within her, a desire to create beings who could appreciate the world around them. The winds whispered her name, and she summoned the elements, calling forth the sun, the moon, and the stars to bear witness to her sacred act. With a wave of her hand, she breathed life into the earth and formed the first humans, not from clay or dust, but from the very essence of her spirit. She infused them with warmth and wisdom, their hearts beating in rhythm with the pulse of the earth. As they opened their eyes to the world, they marveled at the dancing lights of the stars, the soft rustle of leaves, the laughter of rivers as they coursed over stones, worn smooth by time. They were alive, vibrant, and full of hope, yet also shrouded in the weight of their existence. But as with all tales of creation, the balance of light and darkness was delicate. A shadow loomed, the figure of the malevolent spirit, Velnius, who thrived on the fear and despair of mortals. He watched the world unfurl with envy, his heart a storm of bitterness. With cunning whispers, he sought to disrupt Lima's masterpiece, to fill the hearts of humanity with doubt. In the twilight of night, he slithered through the cracks of the earth, planting seeds of strife and fear. He was the serpent in the garden, the chill in the air that made the brave shiver. Laima sensed the disturbance and felt the weight of her creation. To shield her beloved humans from Velnias, she wove protective charms into the fabric of their souls. She gifted them the wisdom to understand the world, to find beauty even in sorrow, and to recognize the strength that lay within their unity. But the struggle between creation and destruction was far from over. It was an eternal battle, as old as time itself. The humans, caught between the forces of light and dark, began to forge their own destinies. They built homes from the earth, crafted tools from the trees, and learned the songs of the wind. With every harvest, with every birth, they celebrated life, offering gratitude to the spirits of creation. But Velnius was relentless, sowing discord and fear, his laughter echoing in the dark corners of their minds. Amidst the turmoil, a hero emerged, a figure of courage and determination. This was the brave warrior, Perkunas, the god of thunder, whose heart thundered with the very essence of the storms. He wielded a mighty axe, forged from the stars, and his eyes burned with the fire of justice. When the skies rumbled, it was Perkunas responding to the cries of the earth, ready to confront the darkness and reclaim the balance. The clash between Perkunas and Velnias was a spectacle that shook the heavens. Lightning pierced the sky as thunder rolled like drums, echoing through the valleys, sending shivers down the spines of all who dared to listen. Each swing of Perkunas's axe was a declaration of defiance, a proclamation that light would not yield to darkness. The land trembled beneath their struggle, and the very elements cried out in a chorus of support for the champion of creation. In the aftermath of their battle, even as the dust settled, the scars remained. The humans learned that life was not merely about existing. It was a sacred journey, filled with trials and triumphs. They would tell tales of their origins by the flickering fires, passing down the legacy of Laima and Perkunas, the eternal fight between light and darkness that shaped their world. Yet even in peace, Velnias lingered, a shadow veiled in the soft glow of twilight, always waiting for a moment of weakness. The stories continued, woven into the very fabric of the land, where rivers flowed like veins and forests whispered secrets in the still of night. Each heartbeat of the earth resonated with the creation myths of the Baltic tradition, reminding all who dwelled in these ancient lands that they were part of a never-ending cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth, a tapestry of life, forever entwined. In the quiet rustle of leaves and the soft whispers of the wind, a world pulses with life, unseen yet deeply felt. The Baltic lands, with their expansive forests, shimmering lakes, and rolling hills, have always been more than just a backdrop. They are the very essence of a people's beliefs, their stories, and their souls. The people of this region have long known that nature is a sacred tapestry woven with threads of history, mythology, and spirituality. The trees stand as ancient sentinels, each one witnessing the rise and fall of generations, while the rivers carve their paths as messengers of fate. In the heart of the Baltics, the mighty oaks tower, their gnarled branches stretching toward the sky, like arms reaching for the divine. The oak was revered, a symbol of strength and endurance. Villagers would gather under its sprawling canopy, sharing tales of old when gods danced among them. Folklore speaks of Perkunas, the thunder god, whose voice rumbled through the skies, a reminder of nature's formidable power. Lightning would strike the mighty oak, illuminating the dark forest, and in that blinding flash, the faithful would see omens, warnings or blessings bestowed by the heavens. As seasons shift, so too do the beliefs of these people. Spring, with its gentle awakening, brought forth rituals celebrating fertility and renewal. The warmth of the sun coaxed life from the earth, while flowers blossomed, spilling color into the world. The ancient Baltics honored the goddess Mara, the embodiment of fertility and abundance. On the eve of her festival, the air sang with anticipation. Young maidens would weave intricate garlands of flowers, their laughter mingling with the melody of birdsong. They believed that by honoring Mara, they would invite prosperity into their homes, and the earth would yield its bounty. But the sweetness of spring is a fleeting promise, a prelude to the storm that is summer. The Baltic summer carries with it a wild, unrestrained energy, a time when life flourishes and the earth is alive. The sun blazes in the sky, casting golden hues across the fields. Yet, lurking beneath the surface is the tension of storms brewing on the horizon. People would gaze at the darkening clouds, their hearts racing in anticipation of the tempest. The thunder would roll, a fierce reminder of nature's wrath. The spirits of the forest, believed to be both benevolent and vengeful, watched over the land, and a sense of reverence filled the air. When autumn arrived, it painted the world in fiery reds and oranges, a last hurrah before the chill of winter. In these woods the ancestors whispered through the rustling leaves. The Balts believed that as the days grew shorter, the veil between the living and the dead thinned. They held sacred rites to honor those who had come before, lighting candles to guide their spirits home. The air was thick with emotion, a dance between memories and the promise of what lay beyond. Each flickering flame represented a life, a story, and a tie to the land. Winter wrapped the Baltic lands in a shroud of silence, a time when nature seemed to hold its breath. The snow blanketed the earth, muffling sounds and creating a world of stillness. With every frigid gust of wind, the spirits of the ancestors felt closer, as if they were walking among the living once more. The people huddled by fires, sharing stories that echoed through the cold nights. The frost brought a sense of vulnerability, a reminder of the cycle of life and death. It was during this time that they honored Laima, the goddess of fate, seeking her guidance in the long, dark nights. Each snowflake that fell was a wish, a prayer carried on the wind, pleading for warmth and light. Through it all, the natural world weaves its magic into the very fabric of existence. The forests, lakes, and rivers are not mere elements of the landscape, but are alive, filled with spirits and deities that govern both fate and fortune. The Balts understood that every rock, every tree, and every stream held a story, a lesson waiting to be learned. They spoke to the stones, their voices mingling with the earth, believing that wisdom flowed through the roots of the ancient trees. It was said that if one listened closely, the trees would whisper secrets of the past, guiding the way forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the land, the connection between the people and nature deepened. The rhythms of life were mirrored in the cycles of the earth, the seasons of planting and harvest, of birth and decay, of joy and sorrow. These cycles were not just observed but celebrated. Each moment was an opportunity to honor the spirits that walked beside them. Festivals erupted in bursts of color and sound, a symphony of life echoing through the valleys and hills, uniting the people in a powerful bond of shared belief. And yet, beneath the beauty of it all lay a raw, palpable tension. The balance between reverence and fear, joy and sorrow, was delicate. The people understood that nature was not always gentle. Storms could ravage their homes. The earth could quake beneath their feet. The spirits, though revered, also demanded respect. Missteps could lead to misfortune, and so they approached their rituals with deep care, ensuring that each offering was worthy of the attention of the divine. Every harvest, every birth, every death was a testament to their understanding of the intricate dance between humanity and nature. As the stories of the past entwined with the present, a deep longing stirred in the hearts of the people. They sought connection, understanding, and a sense of belonging that transcended the mundane. Nature, with all its power and mystery, became a mirror reflecting their innermost fears and desires. The shadows of the forest held not just the echoes of history, but the promise of the future. A future where each new generation would continue to honor the sacred bond that tied them to the land. With every heartbeat, With every breath, they felt the pulse of the earth beneath them, urging them to remember, to believe, and to carry forward the stories that shaped their existence. The sun slid lower, shadows lengthening, painting the landscape in hues of nostalgia. The people knew that the night was approaching, bringing with it a new kind of magic, one where the stars above would bear witness to their hopes and dreams. As they gathered once more, a sense of anticipation thickened the air. The interplay of light and darkness was a reminder that their story was far from over, that the natural world would continue to shape their beliefs and guide their paths, forever intertwining their fates with the land they called home. Water, shimmering and mysterious, has always held a power that stirs the soul. It whispers secrets through the rustling leaves and creates ripples that dance with the light. In ancient cultures across the globe, people believed that spirits inhabited these waters. These water spirits were not mere fantasies. They were guardians, harbingers of fate, and reflections of the human experience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, a small village nestled by a lake came alive with stories of the water spirits, tales passed down through generations. Elders gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the warm glow, each wrinkle telling a story of a life intertwined with the lake's depths. Children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited by the flickering flames and the haunting tales of mermaids, naiads, and river gods. In the distant past, the Egyptians revered the Nile, not just as a lifeblood for their civilization, but as a sacred body inhabited by gods. The spirit of Hapi, the god of the flood, was believed to bless the land with rich soil. With each annual rise of the water, the people celebrated, knowing that their harvest depended on Hapi's favor. The villagers would offer prayers and gifts, hoping to curry the spirit's kindness. The Nile was more than a river. It was a divine entity that demanded respect and reverence. Over in the icy realms of Scandinavia, the Selkies, mythical beings who could shed their seal skins to become beautiful women, beckoned sailors to the sea with their enchanting songs. There were warnings of the dangers that followed, tales of lost men and broken hearts. Yet, the allure of the Selkies was irresistible, a reminder of the delicate balance between love and peril. Sailors would speak of nights spent at sea, captivated by the haunting melodies that seemed to rise from the depths, tugging at their souls, urging them closer to danger. In the lush landscapes of Japan, the kappa, water-dwelling creatures with a thirst for mischief, filled the folklore. Legends spoke of their ability to challenge humans to wrestling matches, luring them into waterways where they could be drowned. However, these mischievous spirits were also protectors of the rivers, keeping the ecosystems in balance. Villagers would leave offerings along riverbanks, hoping to appease the kappa, creating a bond that symbolized both fear and respect for the spirit world. As night fell, the stories grew darker. A fisherman on the shores of the Great Lakes recalled the tales of the water spirits who claimed their own. The legend of the Lady of the Lake, a specter who would rise from the depths to claim souls, sent shivers down his spine. On stormy nights when the winds howled, he would hear whispers carried on the breeze, warnings that the spirits were restless. The fisherman would cast his lines with trembling hands, the weight of ancient fears pressing down on him, reminding him that the waters were alive, with forces beyond his comprehension. But it wasn't just ancient civilizations that felt this connection. In modern times, the significance of water spirits continues to resonate. Cultural gatherings celebrate these ethereal beings, and rituals are performed to honor the lakes, rivers, and oceans. People gather to remember their ancestors, to thank the spirits for their gifts, and to ask for protection. A community thrives on its relationship with the water, a bond that is as vital as the air they breathe. The sweat of their brows mingles with the mist rising from the surface, a testament to the respect they hold for these unseen guardians. Tension crackled in the air one fateful evening when a powerful storm rolled in. Dark clouds swallowed the sky, and the wind roared like a beast unleashed. The villagers huddled in their homes, but the bravest among them gathered by the lake, drawn by an unseen force. Lightning illuminated the water's surface, casting ghostly reflections that danced wildly. They felt the spirits stirring, a primal energy that pulsed through the air, urging them to remember. With each crash of thunder, the villagers recited ancient prayers. The water surged, and the heavens opened, pouring down in torrents. The spirits were restless. Those who had lost loved ones to the depths whispered their names, calling to them, hoping to soothe their souls. The lake roared back, a powerful reminder that the spirits were always listening, always watching. The villagers stood together, united in a moment of vulnerability and strength, as they invoked the ancient connections that tied them to the water. In a nearby town, a young girl sat by her window, mesmerized by the storm. She had always felt a connection to the lake, often dreaming of the water spirits that danced beneath the surface, shimmering in the moonlight. On this stormy night, she felt their presence stronger than ever, a call to join them. Her heart raced as the wind howled against her window, and she stood, compelled by an unseen force. With each step toward the door, she felt the weight of history, the echoes of past lives calling from the depths of the lake. As she reached the shore, the wind whipped around her, and the water churned like a living entity. The spirits beckoned her forward, a bittersweet promise wrapped in allure and danger. The villagers watched from afar, their hearts pounding in unison, wondering if she would heed the call, or if the spirits would claim another. In that moment, the ancient stories converged with the present, reminding them all of the significance of water spirits, keepers of dreams and nightmares alike. The line between fear and reverence blurred as the girl stepped closer, the water lapping at her feet. The storm raged on, a cacophony of nature's fury, while the whispers of the spirits grew louder, mingling with the thunder. The villagers held their breath, knowing that this moment would echo through time, a testament to the enduring significance of the water spirits, the guardians, the tricksters, the memories of those who came before. Time seemed to stand still, suspended in a moment that would forever change their connection to the water, to each other, and to the spirits that watched over them. The flicker of candlelight danced along the walls of an ancient shrine, where the air was thick with incense and the whispers of the past. Here, in this sacred space, generations converged, and it was as if the very walls absorbed their stories, sorrows, joys, and the unending longing for connection. Families gathered, clutching offerings of food, flowers, and trinkets, each item a lifeline to the spirits of their ancestors, who hovered just beyond the veil of the living. The rituals were not mere acts of memory. They were portals through which the loved ones who had crossed over could still be honored, still be felt. In many cultures, ancestor worship is woven into the fabric of daily life, a belief that the departed are never truly gone. They linger in the shadows, watching over their descendants, guiding them through the complexities of existence. On altars, adorned with photos and keepsakes, these spirits were invoked, their presence palpable in the flickering flames and the soft rustle of leaves outside. Children listened with wide eyes as elders recounted tales of bravery, sacrifice, and love, stories that shimmered with the weight of history and the promise of remembrance. One could almost hear the echoes of laughter from long-lost voices and feel the warmth of hands that once held theirs, hands that knew hardship and joy, hands that had woven the very threads of their family's story. In many places, the act of remembrance was an urgent plea, a desperate hope that the bond between the living and the dead remained unbroken. Each prayer, each offering, was a bridge to the other side, a reminder that life was not confined to the here and now. In the rural villages of East Asia, the preparation for ancestral rites began days in advance. Families would clean their homes meticulously, believing that a tidy space would welcome the spirits back. The spirit tablets, representing the ancestors, were polished to a shine, as if to make them feel at home once more. The evening of the ritual was a tapestry of emotion, joy for the reunion and sorrow for the loss, a poignant blend that tugged at heartstrings. As incense filled the air, the atmosphere thickened with expectation. The night sky was a canvas of stars, each one a reminder of those who had gone before, twinkling as if they were winking down from the heavens. The rituals often included chanting, the haunting melodies rising into the air like offerings themselves, mingling with the smoke and weaving through the trees. In those moments, the boundary between the living and the dead felt thin, almost transparent. It was in these moments that the stories of the ancestors came alive. A grandmother, whose hands had stitched garments for generations, her wisdom woven into every seam. A grandfather, who had fought against tyranny, his courage echoing in the hearts of those who remembered him. Each name spoken during the rituals was a relic of a life once lived, each name a powerful reminder of the threads that bound them together across time and space. As the candles flickered and the embers glowed, families would share meals, placing extra portions on the table for their ancestors. They believed that those who had passed could partake in the feast, joining the living in spirit, savoring the flavors of home, love, and remembrance. Laughter mingled with tears as stories were recounted, and the room would swell with emotion, an encompassing warmth that spoke of longing and connection. But the act of ancestor worship wasn't solely a cherished practice. It was also a source of tension. The weight of expectation often hung heavy in the air. Did the living measure up to the accomplishments of those who had come before? Were they living lives worthy of the sacrifices made? Mothers, fathers, and children faced an unspoken pressure to honor their lineage, to ensure that the legacy of their ancestors continued to thrive. In some cultures, neglecting this duty was seen as a grave dishonor, a dark stain on the family name. The stories of ancestors were not only tales of glory, but also warnings of what could happen if one strayed from the path. The notion of karma loomed large, reinforcing the belief that actions in this life would ripple into the next. Would their ancestors look down in disappointment if they faltered? Fear and reverence danced hand in hand. The living were haunted not just by the memories of the loved ones they missed, but by the weight of their expectations. And yet, within this tension lay the unwavering belief that love transcended death. It was a paradox that kept them tethered to both the past and the promise of the future. The festival of the dead arrived like a wave, crashing over the village, pulling families together in a frenzy of preparation. Streets lined with lanterns, glowing like fallen stars, illuminated the night. The air pulsed with anticipation, a collective heartbeat echoing the stories of those no longer present. As the night deepened, the veil between worlds thinned further, and the spirits of the ancestors were called forth with reverent chants and rhythmic drumming. As families walked in procession, they held banners and offerings aloft, their hearts pounding with the weight of remembrance. The flickering lights of the lanterns danced like spirits in the night, and it was in this ethereal glow that the line between the living and the dead blurred. In the crowd, a child clutched a paper boat, a tribute carrying the hopes and dreams of those left behind. It would be set afloat on a nearby river, a vessel of memory navigating the waters of the afterlife. The river glimmered under the moonlight, and the air was thick with the scent of blossoms and incense. Families poured their love and sorrow into the boats, watching as they drifted away. As the boats disappeared from sight, hope intertwined with heartache, a reminder that while the past was immutable, the bonds of love remained unbroken. The cycle of life continued, and in the distance the sound of laughter mingled with tears, echoing the enduring connection between the living and their ancestors. And as the night wore on, stories of the past erupted in vibrant color, swirling in the air as if the ancestors themselves were dancing alongside their descendants. The living had not forgotten. They would carry the weight of memory with reverence and strength, their hearts entwined with the spirits of those who had paved the way, forever honoring their legacy. The night was alive, a tapestry woven with love, loss, and the unyielding belief that the cycle of life would always endure. A soft flickering light danced in a darkened room, the air thick with the scent of burning herbs. Shadows twisted on the walls as the villagers gathered, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and hope. They whispered tales of Lima, the goddess of fate, a figure revered and feared. Her presence loomed like a heavy fog, wrapping around the hearts of those who dared to confront the unknown paths of their lives. Laima was no ordinary goddess. Clad in garments woven from the very fabric of the universe, she was said to possess the power to weave the threads of life. Each thread represented a person's fate, intertwining in a grand tapestry that stretched across time. To see her was to feel the weight of existence, to taste the bittersweet essence of destiny on one's tongue. With each turn of her hand, she spun the fates of mortals, her fingers dancing like the leaves in a soft breeze, gentle yet powerful, crafting tales of love, loss, and everything in between. The villagers shared stories of those who had encountered Lima, hearts pounding as they recounted their experiences. Some claimed to have seen her at twilight, a shimmering figure bathed in golden light, her eyes reflecting the dreams of the hopeful. They spoke of her voice, a melodic whisper that caressed the soul, bringing comfort to those who sought clarity. Others, however, spoke in hushed tones of the times Lima had appeared in their nightmares, her laughter echoing like thunder, reminding them of the fragility of their existence. There was once a young woman named Aina who had always sought Lima's guidance. She had known the sharp sting of loss, having lost her brother to the tides of fate. Clutching a locket that contained a picture of him, she climbed the hill overlooking the village, determined to plead for Laima's mercy. As twilight painted the sky in shades of orange and lavender, she felt the air shift, a chill creeping down her spine. "Lima, if you are there, please hear me," she cried out, her voice trembling like the fragile threads of fate she longed to understand. As if in response, the winds picked up, rustling the leaves around her. Suddenly, a radiant figure emerged, glowing with an ethereal light that seemed to pulse with life itself. Laima's presence was both comforting and intimidating, her eyes deep pools of wisdom that seemed to hold the weight of the world. "What is it you seek, child?" she asked, her voice a gentle caress, yet laced with the gravity of unchangeable truths. Aina felt her heart race, emotions flooding her senses. "I want to know why my brother had to go," she pleaded, tears spilling down her cheeks. "What does fate hold for me? Will I ever find happiness again?" Laima studied her, and in that moment, Aina felt exposed, as if all her fears and dreams lay bare before the goddess. Fate is not a straight path, but a winding road filled with choices, Laima explained, her gaze unwavering. Your brother's departure was but one thread in the tapestry of your life, one color that will forever influence the others. You must learn to weave your own threads now, to find your own way. As Laima spoke, the air around them shimmered, revealing glimpses of Aina's potential future, flashes of joy, pain, love, and heartache. Each moment a reminder of the choices still to come, a testament to the power she held within her. But the goddess's expression darkened as she continued. Be wary, for fate is often unpredictable. The threads you choose to weave can lead to unexpected outcomes. Aina shivered, a wave of uncertainty washing over her. The weight of her destiny pressed heavily upon her shoulders, a reminder that while Laima could guide her, ultimately, it was Aina who held the needle. In the days that followed, Aina found herself haunted by Laima's words. Each choice felt monumental, as if the very threads of her existence danced before her, waiting for her to pull them in one direction or another. The village buzzed with anticipation, and whispers of Laima's visit spread like wildfire. Some sought her favor, hoping to catch a glimpse of their fates, while others steered clear, fearing the power of her revelations. As the moon hung low in the sky one fateful night, Aina stood on that same hill, the locket clutched tightly in her hand. She was no longer the helpless girl seeking answers. She had begun to embrace the idea of her own power, but doubt still lingered, gnawing at her heart. Laima, she called out into the stillness, her voice stronger yet edged with vulnerability. How do I know I'm making the right choices? From the shadows, Laima appeared once more, her light illuminating the darkness. There is no right or wrong, only the paths you walk and the lessons you learn, she replied, a hint of warmth in her voice. Trust in your heart, for it is your greatest compass. Each moment shapes your story, and every thread you choose adds color to your life's tapestry. As Aina listened, she felt the weight of her grief lifting, replaced by a burgeoning sense of hope. Yet, the goddess's words held a deeper meaning, hinting at the complexities of fate that lay ahead. Choices would lead to unforeseen consequences, and the tapestry of life was never truly complete. In the days that followed, Aina began to weave her own path, embracing love and friendship, yet shadows of doubt lurked just beneath the surface. The villagers still spoke of Laima, their lives intertwined with the goddess's influence, and Aina realized the struggles of others mirrored her own. Understanding that fate did not isolate her, but connected her to the very fabric of humanity, she sought to embrace the journey, no matter where it led. Yet, as the seasons changed, whispers of darkness crept into the village. Unexplained misfortunes befell many, and the tension grew thick as fear gripped their hearts. It was said that Laima's laughter had turned into a chilling echo, warning of the delicate balance of fate. Some began to question her intentions, fearing that the goddess who once brought hope might also cast shadows of despair. Aina stood at a crossroads, her heart heavy with the weight of her choices. Each thread she tugged at unraveled deeper mysteries, drawing her closer to a confrontation with the very essence of fate itself. Would she dare to confront Laima once more? Would she seek answers even if they led her down a path of heartbreak? As the winds howled around her, the flickering light of Laima shimmered just beyond the horizon, beckoning her to step forward into the unknown, where the threads of fate awaited their weaver. In the flickering glow of a dying fire, shadows danced against the ancient stones of the earth. Two figures stood apart. Their very presence electrified the air between them. On one side stood Dievas, the embodiment of light, wisdom, and order. His eyes sparkled like the brightest stars, radiating warmth and hope, a beacon for those lost in darkness. On the opposite end, Velnius, cloaked in shadows, exuded a chilling magnetism. The scent of earth and decay trailed behind him, a reminder of the inevitable cycles of life and death. The tension crackled like a storm on the horizon, a tug of war between the forces that shaped the world. Dievas, revered by villagers, was a guardian of the harvest, nourishing crops and guiding the sun's ascent. With every whisper of the wind, his name was called, a prayer rising to the heavens. He brought joy to the land, filling hearts with laughter and good fortune. Farmers would gather under his gaze, their hands clasped in gratitude as they prayed for rain. Yet the benevolence of Dievas was a double-edged sword. His light could burn as fiercely as it warmed. Velnius, on the other hand, was a figure of dread. Stories of his cunning and trickery wove through the fabric of folklore like a chilling breeze. He was the master of the forest, the shrouded keeper of secrets that lay buried in the earth. Even the bravest warriors felt a shiver down their spine at the mention of his name. The tales told of his dark enchantments, of how he could twist the will of men and women alike, leading them to misfortune and despair. Yet, in the eyes of some, there was an allure to his chaos. The power he wielded over life's darker moments echoed the truth that all things must end, a reminder that death was as much a part of existence as life itself. As the moon hung low, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape, the two figures faced off in the clearing, the space between them a battleground of ancient ideals. Dievas knew that the realm of light needed Velnius. Without shadows, light was meaningless. Yet, as Velnius reveled in the darkness, he, too, understood the necessity of balance. The world needed both to thrive, but the struggle between them was perpetual, a dance of creation and destruction. With each passing moment, the forest stirred, as if holding its breath. The leaves rustled, whispering secrets of the past, of times when the two had fought for dominance, their clashes echoing through the ages. It was said that once, Velnius had been cast out of the heavens themselves, his heart twisted with envy for the light that Dievas radiated. But he had also taught the world to embrace its shadows, to find strength in vulnerability. The villagers, unaware of the cosmic battle unfolding so near, carried on with their lives, the warmth of Dievas enveloping them in its embrace. Children laughed, their joyful voices rising like a hymn to the sky, while elders shared tales of old, reminding the young ones that light was not without its price. They spoke of the day the sun dimmed, the time when Velnius had unleashed a torrent of storms upon the land, and the despair that followed. And yet, in their hearts, they felt the truth. Without Velnius's storms, the earth could not replenish itself. It was a paradox that both fascinated and frightened them. They worshipped Dievas, but they feared Velnius. In every thunderclap, they felt his presence, a reminder of the delicate balance of life. As the tension mounted between the two figures in the clearing, Dievas reached out, his voice smooth and calming like a flowing river. "You know, Velnius," he said softly, "even in your darkness, there is a spark of beauty. You remind the world of its fragility, of the strength that comes from facing the shadows." Velnius, with a smirk that could chill the most ardent of hearts, replied, "And you, dear Dievas, are so consumed by your light that you fail to understand the power of the night. It is in the silence, the stillness, that the soul finds its true strength." The air thickened with tension as their words hung like heavy clouds above the night. In this moment, it was as if the world tilted on its axis, caught between their opposing forces. A sudden gust of wind rustled the trees, an eerie affirmation of their duel. The moonlight flickered, as if the very heavens were unsure of which side to favor. A storm was brewing, not just in the weather, but in the very fabric of existence itself. Then Velnius took a step forward, shadows swirling around him, thick and tangible. "You seek to shine so brightly, yet you forget the power of the unseen. It is I who knows the heartbeat of the earth, who understands its cries for release. You can bless the harvest, but I am the reason it must rest." Dievas, unyielding in his resolve, stepped closer, their auras clashing like titans in the night. "And I will ensure that life flourishes anew. The sun will rise, and the fields will bloom. Your darkness cannot extinguish the light forever." With each declaration, the world around them trembled, caught in the violent push and pull of their eternal struggle. The stars watched silently, bearing witness to this ancient dance of duality. The villagers, oblivious to the cosmic forces at play, continued to worship, offering sacrifices to either side, unsure of who truly held the fate of their lives. And as the night deepened, a piercing howl cut through the air, a reminder that the line between light and dark was not just a matter of gods and myths. It was a reflection of the human spirit, a battle that raged within every heart. Moments of clarity intertwined with fear, joy mingled with despair, and the dance of Dievas and Velnias was mirrored in the lives of those who walked the earth. In this age-old conflict, every soul found itself caught in the web of duality. The hope of Dievas flickered like a candle struggling against the wind, while the shadows of Velnias beckoned like a siren's call. And as the echoes of their confrontation faded into the night, the realization dawned. Light and dark were interwoven threads of existence, an endless cycle that defied conclusion. The dance continued, a loop of emotions, forever binding the fates of gods and mortals alike, each moment pregnant with tension, each heartbeat a reminder that life teetered on the edge of a knife, eternally poised between the brilliance of dawn and the depth of night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the rippling fields, the air buzzed with excitement. Children laughed, their voices weaving through the scents of sweet corn and ripe pumpkins, while families gathered, their hearts swelling with gratitude. The day was not just an ordinary day. It was a celebration of life, sustenance, and the fruits of hard labor, the Harvest Festival. These festivals have roots that stretch back thousands of years, tracing a path through time to ancient civilizations. The Egyptians, for instance, would honor the goddess Isis with grand feasts to celebrate the flooding of the Nile, which brought life to their parched land. In the cool autumn air, they would offer their first fruits, a gesture of gratitude for the bounty bestowed upon them. This act of reverence echoed through the ages, reminding humanity of its profound connection to the earth. In Europe, the tradition transformed as communities gathered to celebrate the end of the harvest season. The Celts, with their vibrant traditions, would hold festivals like Samhain, marking the transition from light to dark. It was a time when the boundary between the living and the dead blurred, allowing the spirits of ancestors to visit. As shadows grew longer, villagers would dance around bonfires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of ancient drums. They knew that the harvest festival was not merely a celebration of food, it was a sacred acknowledgement of the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Amidst the laughter and joy of modern harvest festivals, echoes of these ancient traditions remain. Picture a small town square, bustling with activity. Stalls overflow with colorful produce, each fruit and vegetable a testament to the hard work of local farmers. The air fills with the delicious aroma of pies baking, spices mingling, and the unmistakable scent of hay. Laughter rings out as friends and families gather to share in the spoils of the season. But beneath the surface, a deeper current flows. Every harvest festival carries with it stories of sacrifice and resilience. For centuries, communities faced the threat of famine and starvation, living in constant fear that the crops would fail. In those times of uncertainty, the harvest festival became a beacon of hope, a celebration of survival against all odds. The act of gathering, of sharing food, transformed fear into joy, forging unbreakable bonds among neighbors. People would come together, sharing not just their harvest, but their stories, their struggles, and their dreams. The festival became a sanctuary, a reminder that they were not alone in their journey. As the night fell, the sounds of fiddles and drums filled the air, each note resonating with the history of generations past. The flickering lights of lanterns cast a warm glow, illuminating the faces of those gathered. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. The laughter of children echoed, blending with the whispers of elders sharing tales of their youth, tales that carried the weight of history within each word. It was a tapestry, woven with the threads of joy, despair, hope, and resilience. In many cultures, the harvest festival also serves as a time for reflection. Under the vast starry sky, families would gather around campfires, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. They would share stories of the year's challenges and triumphs, of crops that thrived and those that faltered. Each story held a lesson, a reminder of the lessons learned from the earth. The festival became a sacred space for gratitude, where voices rose in prayer, thanking the earth for its generosity and acknowledging the hard work that lay behind the bounty spread before them. In contrast, the intensity of the celebrations could reach fever pitch as the night wore on. Competitions sprang up, laughter mingling with cheers as townsfolk engaged in games and contests. From pumpkin carving to pie-eating contests, each event was a testament to the spirit of community and friendly rivalry. The stakes were high, but the true prize was the joy of participation, the collective thrill of being part of something larger than oneself. It was a reminder that life, like the harvest, is best enjoyed together. As twilight enveloped the land, the festival reached its zenith. Fireworks burst into the sky, painting it with vibrant colors, each explosion a celebration of life and unity. The faces of the crowd lit up, reflecting the brilliance above them. In those fleeting moments, worries faded, and people felt an overwhelming sense of connection to each other and to the earth that nourished them. Memories were made, laughter shared, and a deep, unshakable bond was forged in the heat of the festival. Yet, even in the vibrant celebrations, there lay an undercurrent of awareness. Each harvest festival served as a poignant reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. As the people reveled in their bounty, they also acknowledged their responsibility to the land. The stories of ancestors echoed in their hearts, urging them to honor the earth and give back as much as they took. It was a circle unbroken, a dance of give and take that connected generations. As the last embers of the bonfire glowed softly in the dark, the festival began to wind down. People lingered, reluctant to leave the warmth of community behind. Hugs were exchanged, promises made to gather again next year, and the air was thick with the bittersweet taste of farewell. Yet, within that farewell, lay the promise of renewal. For every harvest festival celebrated, another cycle began anew, a reminder that life continues, that the earth would once again yield its treasures, and that the spirit of community would endure. With the fading echoes of laughter and the last whispers of tales shared, the night carried forward, threading the past with the future. The importance of harvest festivals lingered in every heart, a legacy that would be passed down through the ages, forever etching a mark upon the soul of humanity. The forest whispered secrets as the last rays of sunlight danced through the leaves. Shadows flickered and merged, creating a tapestry of darkness and light, where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. Here, amid the ancient trees, something stirred, a presence felt but rarely seen. The air thickened with an electric tension, as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for an encounter that felt inevitable. Forest spirits have been woven into the fabric of human history for centuries, each culture draping its own beliefs around these enigmatic beings. In Celtic folklore, the fairy folk were the guardians of the woods, ethereal yet capricious. They could bless a wandering traveler with fortune or lead them astray into eternal night. Vivid stories from the ancient Druids spoke of spirit guides, mysterious beings that showed the way to wisdom or madness, their laughter echoing like a melody in the breeze. These tales were not mere stories. They were warnings, lessons carved from the experiences of those who had ventured too far into the embrace of nature. In the dense forests of Japan, the Kodama tree spirits were believed to reside within the ancient trunks. To harm a tree was to draw the wrath of these guardians. It was said that the Kodama could bring good fortune or calamity, their fate intertwined with the fate of the forest itself. A single moment of disrespect could send chills through a community, echoing warnings through generations. Respect the forest, or face the consequences. At night, the air thickened, and the darkness became alive. Legends spoke of will-o'-the-wisps, dancing lights that lured the unsuspecting deeper into the woods, leading them away from safety. Those who followed found themselves lost, trapped in a maze of shadows and illusions. The woods were no friend to the careless. Every step could be a mistake, every rustle of the leaves a warning. The spirits watched, their gazes sharp and knowing. They were both protectors and tricksters, their motives cloaked in mystery. In Native American cultures, the forest spirits took on many forms, often appearing as animals or figures draped in the essence of the earth. Tribes revered the Great Spirit, the essence of life dwelling in the trees, rivers, and mountains. They believed that every creature held a lesson, a tale, waiting to be told. To walk among the trees was to walk among ancestors, each rustling leaf a whisper of wisdom, every breeze a reminder of connection. Yet the spirits could be fierce protectors, defending their domain with a wrath that could shake the very ground. As night descended, the forest became an orchestra of sounds, the howl of a distant wolf, the rustle of unseen creatures, and the soft sighing of the wind. Each sound was laced with emotion, an echo of the stories shared by those who wandered too close, too deep into the woods. The air crackled with anticipation, the veil between worlds thinned, revealing glimpses of shimmering figures flitting between the trees. The spirits had come alive, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, an invitation to dance along the edge of reality. In the forests of Eastern Europe, tales of Leshy, the forest guardian, manifested in haunting stories. He was a shapeshifter, a being who could take the form of a tree or a creature, blending seamlessly into the woods. Travelers spoke of his glowing eyes, peering through the foliage, watching, waiting. Those who dared to wander too far often found themselves pursued by the echoes of laughter that turned into taunts, leading them away from the path they knew. To meet the Leshy was to challenge one's own courage, for he would test your heart against the enchantment of the wild. Among the fables of the Amazon rainforest, the Curupira was a spirit that protected the woods with fierce devotion. With feet that faced backward, he was said to confuse hunters and protect the creatures from harm. The Curupira was a reminder that the balance of life was fragile and that every action had repercussions. The forest itself became a character in this narrative, an entity alive with rules to heed and spirits to honor. Those who disrespected its will would feel the wrath of the forest, a haunting fate tied to the stories passed down through generations. As the moon hung high in the night sky, casting silvery light upon the forest's floor, shadows danced with a life of their own. The air was thick with tension, a blend of fear and wonder. Whispers carried on the wind, tales of those who had been fortunate to encounter the spirits, and of those who had vanished, leaving behind only echoes of their laughter. The trees held the stories close, cradling the memories of those who dared to tread the delicate line between the human world and the spirit realm. In the fading light, a figure emerged, cloaked in the mist of the forest. The spirit bore no malice, only a desire to be seen, to share its ancient wisdom. It beckoned with an outstretched hand, an invitation to understand the nature of existence beyond the human experience. The figure's presence was both serene and unsettling, promising enlightenment while hinting at the dangers of following too closely. The forest watched, an audience to this silent exchange, its heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the earth. And just as quickly as the figure appeared, the night grew silent, as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for the next soul, brave or foolish, enough to seek the truth hidden among the trees. The spirits remained, always watching, always waiting, their stories entwined with the very essence of life, a haunting reminder that the line between the mundane and the magical was never truly drawn. The darkness pulsed with possibility, and the forest stood, a living, breathing entity rich with history and emotion. Each spirit, a chapter waiting to be written. A cold breeze swept through the graveyard, rustling leaves that whispered age-old stories of the departed. Tombstones jutted from the earth like solemn sentinels, each one a testament to a life once lived, a soul now gone. There, beneath the weathered marble, lay secrets of rituals and beliefs that transcended time, mysteries that spoke of how humanity has grappled with the concept of death and what lies beyond. Throughout history, cultures have woven intricate tapestries of beliefs surrounding death. In ancient Egypt, the afterlife was an elaborate affair, The weight of one's heart was measured against the feather of Maya, the goddess of truth. If found wanting, the heart would be devoured by Amit, a creature born of crocodile, lion, and hippopotamus. To avoid such a fate, the dead were mummified, preserved for eternity. The preparation involved wrapping the body in linen, anointing it with oils, and placing it in a sarcophagus adorned with hieroglyphs that told tales of the deceased's journey to the afterlife. Here lay a belief so profound that death was not the end, but a passage to another realm, a continuation of existence. Meanwhile, across the world, the Celts honored their dead with rituals steeped in mystery and reverence. They believed that the veil between the living and the dead was thinnest during Samhain, a festival that marked the end of the harvest. Families would light bonfires, offering sacrifices to the spirits. The flickering flames danced in the night, illuminating faces filled with both fear and hope. They carved faces into turnips, later evolving into the pumpkins we know today, to ward off malevolent spirits. The Celts understood death not as a finality, but as a transformation, a transition from one form of life to another, where ancestors continued to guide the living. In stark contrast, the Vikings approached death with a fierce bravery that echoed through their society. Valhalla, a majestic hall where warriors who fell in battle were welcomed, became a beacon of glory. The notion of a glorious afterlife fueled their fierce pursuits in life. When a Viking died, they were often laid upon a ship, which would be set ablaze, sailing into the horizon. To them, this was not just a burial. It was a send-off, an honor. The flames licked the sky as warriors departed for their eternal feast, accompanied by the echoes of battle songs. This powerful imagery captured the hearts of those left behind, infusing them with pride and a sense of purpose, to live courageously, for the afterlife awaited. Yet, among the ancient Greeks, the idea of death was steeped in a darker mystery. They believed in the river Styx, a boundary between the living and the dead. Charon, the ferryman, awaited the souls of the deceased, demanding payment in the form of an obol, a small coin placed in the mouth of the dead. This simple yet poignant practice highlighted the profound belief that the journey to the afterlife required a price. If a soul lacked this payment, they would wander the shores, lost and forlorn, for eternity. The Greeks saw death as a somber truth, something to be approached with a mix of fear and respect. They honored their dead with elaborate funerals, believing that a proper send-off ensured peace in the afterlife. In the far reaches of the East, the practices surrounding death took on a different tone. For example, in ancient China, ancestors were revered, their spirits thought to provide guidance to the living. The practice of ancestor worship became a cornerstone of Chinese culture. Families would burn incense and present offerings to their forebears, maintaining a connection that spanned generations. The belief that the deceased could influence the living was powerful, fostering a deep respect for lineage and heritage. Tombs were adorned with rich treasures, food, and daily essentials, ensuring that the spirits had everything they needed in the afterlife. Here, death was not an end, but a continuation, an integral part of the family narrative. Yet, not all cultures viewed death through the lens of reverence or fear. The Zoroastrians, for instance, believed in the sanctity of the earth. To them, the dead were not to be buried or cremated, but left atop a tower of silence, where scavengers would consume the body. This practice was rooted in their belief that the body was merely a vessel, and to return it to the earth without polluting it was of utmost importance. The image of a body laid to rest beneath the open sky, exposed to the elements, challenges conventional notions of death's dignity and raises questions about the cycles of life. As the sun set on these ancient beliefs, the emotions surrounding death and burial practices remained deeply embedded in human consciousness. Grief and love intermingled, creating a soft yet powerful tension. Mourning rituals varied from community to community, yet the underlying thread was universal, a profound respect for those who had passed. The Jewish practice of sitting Shiva, where families gather to share stories and memories, reflects a desire to honor the life lived while grappling with the pain of loss. The shared tears and laughter create an unbreakable bond, an understanding that life is fragile and fleeting. Yet, the essence of these beliefs is not confined to history. They pulse through every generation, influencing how we celebrate life and mourn death today. In a world where fear of the unknown often looms large, the customs and rituals that surround death offer solace. They provide a framework to process grief and understand the cyclical nature of existence. Each burial, each ritual, is steeped in emotion, a testament to the love that survives beyond the grave. As the stars began to twinkle above the cemetery, illuminating the quiet graves, the stories of the departed lingered in the air, waiting to be told. Their beliefs, their hopes, and their fears whispered in the rustling leaves, a haunting melody that echoed through time, beckoning the living to remember that every ending is but a beginning in disguise. The night deepened, holding the promise of more revelations, inviting the curious to linger just a little longer as the shadows of the past intertwined with the present, creating a tapestry of life, death, and everything that lies in between. In a small village nestled between the whispering pine trees and the shimmering shores of the Baltic Sea, a young girl named Aina sat on her grandmother's lap, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the hearth. The scent of birchwood filled the air as a storm brewed outside, thundering against the thatched rooftops. It was the night of the harvest moon, a time celebrated for bountiful crops and the return of the sun's warmth. As the wind howled, Aina's grandmother began to spin tales steeped in the richness of their ancestors, stories of luck and fortune that had danced through generations like a fragrant wildflower breeze. "Luck is not just chance, my dear," the grandmother whispered, her voice low and melodic. "It's a dance between the seen and unseen, a way the universe speaks to us." Aina leaned in closer, her small fingers entwining with her grandmother's gnarled hand, as if holding tight to the very threads of fate. Each word was a promise, a spell that would carry her into the world of spirits and the unknown. In Baltic culture, luck was as essential as the air they breathed. To the ancient Balts, luck was woven into the very fabric of nature. It breathed life into the fields where they toiled, into the rivers where fish darted like silver arrows. The wisdom of their ancestors said that fortune could be nurtured, summoned through rituals and offerings to the spirits that watched over them. With each season, families would gather to perform sacred rites, lighting candles and leaving slices of bread on the doorstep, gifts for the spirits that roamed the night. Aina's grandfather, a stout man with a heart as vast as the sea, would often remind the family that fortune favored the brave. "Do not fear the storms," he would say, his voice booming with conviction. "Embrace them, for they bring the rain that nourishes our crops." And so they would dance, twirling beneath the tempest, their laughter mingling with the thunder, until the danger passed and the sun returned. As the years went by, Ina's understanding of luck deepened. She observed the intricate threads of life that wove together joy and sorrow, fortune and despair. The villagers would gather at the well, sharing tales of fortune, lost and found, of the mysterious old woman who appeared in the fog and whispered secrets of the future. They believed in omens and signs. An owl hooting at twilight meant good fortune was coming, while a black cat crossing one's path could spell trouble. Every rustle of leaves held meaning. Every shadow cast had a story. One fateful summer, a strange traveler arrived in their village. Dressed in rich, dark fabrics that shimmered like midnight, he spoke in a voice that rolled like thunder over the hills. He brought with him tales of distant lands and treasures that sparkled brighter than the stars in the sky. His presence stirred the hearts of the villagers, igniting their dreams of prosperity. They hung on his every word, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of fortune that could transform their lives. But with fortune comes a heavy price. Ina noticed that as the traveler shared his stories, a shadow flitted across her grandmother's face, a look of foreboding that sent a chill down her spine. "Be wary of false promises," the grandmother cautioned, her voice barely a whisper. "Not all that glitters is gold." Her words hung in the air, a warning wrapped in the warmth of love. Days turned into weeks, and the travelers' tales began to take root in the hearts of the villagers. An air of desperation filled the once joyous gatherings. Where laughter and song had thrived, dreams of wealth and fortune began to eclipse their simpler, more profound joys. As they lost themselves in visions of luxury, the community started to fracture. Friendships soured, and the bonds of kinship strained under the weight of envy. One stormy night, Ina stood at the edge of the forest, feeling the pull of the wind as it tangled her hair. She could hear the whispers of the trees, speaking to her as if urging her to remember the teachings of her grandmother. In that moment, she realized that true fortune was not measured in gold or jewels, but in the love of family, the laughter shared, and the land that nourished them. Gathering her courage, Ina returned to the village, her heart pounding with a fierce determination. She called the villagers together under the pale glow of the moon, her voice steady. "We have forgotten what truly matters. We must not let the words of one traveler drown out the voices of our ancestors." Gasps echoed in the night air, but Ina pressed on, her conviction igniting a spark in the hearts of her neighbors. "Let us return to our roots, to the rituals that bind us. Let us honor the spirits of the land and remember that luck is a gift we create together." As she spoke, an electric tension filled the air, a mixture of fear and hope. Slowly, the villagers began to nod, their eyes glistening with renewed purpose. They remembered the old ways, the rituals that honored the earth, the sky, and each other. They gathered herbs and flowers, weaving garlands that danced in the breeze, and lit candles that flickered like stars against the night. For the first time in weeks, laughter echoed again, mingling with the crackle of the fire as they sang songs of gratitude. But fate is a fleeting thing, often playing tricks on the hearts of those who dare to hope. Just as the village seemed to heal, a fierce storm descended, more violent than any before. Rain whipped against their faces as they huddled together, seeking solace in one another's warmth. The winds howled with a ferocity that felt like a warning, and Ina could sense the tension in the air, a reminder that luck and fortune are as fickle as the tides. Through it all, Ina remembered her grandmother's words, "Fortune favors the brave." With a heart full of love and courage, she grasped her grandmother's hand, joining her in the chant they had shared so many times before. And as their voices rose above the storm, they called upon the spirits of the land, beckoning luck to return to their village, not as a fleeting treasure, but as a lasting bond woven through the fabric of their lives. In a village where the moonlight fell softly on the cobblestone streets, children gathered around the flickering light of a fire, their wide eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. The air was thick with stories waiting to be unleashed, stories handed down through generations, woven into the very fabric of their lives. Each tale whispered of heroes and monsters, love and betrayal, and truths that felt as vast as the night sky above them. As the storyteller, an elderly woman with silver hair, settled into her weathered chair, her gaze swept over the eager faces, igniting a spark of curiosity that danced along the edges of the firelight. Her voice was rich with the weight of history, each word wrapped in an age-old magic that bound the audience closer. Once there was a brave warrior who faced a dragon, she began, and a hush fell over the children, their breaths held tight. They leaned in, hungry for every syllable. This was not just a story. It was a lifeline, connecting them to their ancestors, to the struggles and triumphs that shaped their existence. The dragon was not merely a beast. It symbolized the fears that lurked in the shadows of their young hearts, the very fears they would one day confront. Oral tradition thrived like the roots of a mighty tree, grounding the villagers in their identity. It was not limited to mere entertainment. It was a vessel of cultural knowledge, a means to pass down wisdom from one generation to the next. As the woman continued, her voice danced through centuries. Tales of creation, the sun and the moon's first embrace, were spun from her lips. The children felt the warmth of the sun on their skin, the cool caress of the moonlight as they imagined the celestial dance. With each story, the villagers learned about their values, their history. They heard of the trickster who turned his cunning into strength, teaching them that sometimes wit can outmaneuver brute force. The laughter that erupted around the fire echoed through the night, rippling like the waves of the nearby river. The tales held the power to shape the moral compass of the young, to instill in them a sense of right and wrong. Yet, not all stories were laced with joy. Some spoke of sorrow and loss, of heroes who fell in battle, their sacrifices etched into the very soil the villagers tread upon. The storyteller's voice would lower, her tone solemn as she recounted the tragedy of a village lost to greed, a chilling reminder of humanity's darker nature. The flames flickered ominously, casting shadows that danced like ghosts, reminding the listeners of the precarious balance between light and darkness, hope and despair. As the evening wore on, the children were pulled deeper into the web of their shared heritage. The fearsome giant who roamed the mountains, waiting to be outsmarted by clever villagers, became a metaphor for the challenges they would inevitably face. The giant embodied obstacles, both external and internal, teaching them resilience, an emotion that stirred within them like a brewing storm. Through the tales, a deep bond formed among the listeners, transcending time and personal struggles. Each child carried a piece of the stories with them, tucked away in their hearts like precious gems. They left the fire that night not just as individual souls, but as a unified tapestry, stitched together by the threads of shared legends. Days turned into years, but the stories remained. They flowed from one generation to the next, evolving yet retaining their core essence. The storyteller would eventually hand her role to a young boy, who, with a nervous tremor in his voice, would rise to share his own visions, mingling the old with the new. His added twists, the fresh interpretations of ancient narratives, brought forth laughter and gasps of surprise, keeping the flames of oral tradition alive. In distant lands, similar scenes unfolded. In Africa, the griots, or oral historians, recited epic tales of kings and warriors, their words woven like a fine tapestry. Each tale echoed the struggles against colonization, woven with the pride of cultural identity. In the icy realms of the north, the Inuit shared stories of the land and its spirits, each narrative a testament to their resilience in a harsh world. In every corner of the globe, the act of storytelling transformed into a sacred ritual, a bridge connecting the past to the present, uniting communities. But with the passage of time, whispers of change began to seep into these age-old practices. The invention of the printing press, the rise of technology, and the rapid pace of modern life threatened to overshadow the warmth of the campfire tales. Children, drawn to glowing screens, began to drift away from the stories of their ancestors. The fire that once crackled with laughter grew quieter, the nights once filled with tales of adventure, slowly fading into the background of busy lives. Yet, in the hearts of the villagers, a flicker of hope remained. They understood that the essence of storytelling thrived not just in the words spoken, but in the connections they forged. The stories were more than mere entertainment. They were lifelines, waiting to be grasped. And so, in small gatherings, in the corners of homes filled with love, mothers and fathers began to reclaim the stories. They wrapped their children in the warmth of legends, reminding them of their roots, instilling pride in their heritage. As the world spun on, the battle between tradition and modernity raged on, but the tales continued to pulse with life. The ancient stories whispered through the winds, calling out to the young and the old alike. They promised adventure, laughter, and lessons that would resonate through the ages. And in the deep recesses of every heart, the flickering embers of oral tradition glowed brightly, waiting for the next storyteller to rise, waiting for the next generation to gather, eyes wide, heart racing, ready to hear the legends that defined them. In a quiet village nestled between ancient woods and shimmering lakes, the air was thick with the scent of earth and whispers of the past. The sun dipped low, casting golden rays that danced upon the leaves, illuminating figures carved from stone and wood, each telling stories of gods and spirits that once roamed the land. But beyond this serene setting, a storm was brewing, one that would shake the very foundations of belief in the Baltic region. The Baltic Sea, with its restless waves, held secrets of a world where nature was revered, where the sun, moon, and stars were worshipped as divine beings. The people honored Perkunas, the thunder god, who wielded lightning like a sword, and Laima, the goddess of fate, whose presence guided lives as deftly as a seamstress weaving cloth. Folktales sang of forest spirits and the sacredness of the elements, a rich tapestry of mythology that filled hearts with pride and fear alike. But as the wind changed and the sails of foreign ships appeared on the horizon, so too did the whispers of a different kind of power. Christianity, with its promise of salvation and its vision of a single God, spread like wildfire among the Baltic tribes. It was a curious sight, the gentle rustle of leaves, interrupted by the stern call of a foreign preacher standing in the village square, his voice rising above the laughter of children and the low hum of the earth. Some villagers turned away, clutching their talismans of protection, recalling the tales of their ancestors. the legends that had sustained them through hardship and harvest, through love and loss. They felt the tremors of uncertainty coursing through their veins. Others, captivated by the newfound promises of eternal life and love, began to gather around the preacher, hearts racing with a blend of hope and trepidation. The flames of doubt flickered in their souls, battling the embers of long-held belief. The clash of faiths created tension that could be felt in every home. Families began to divide. The fires in their hearths burned with a different warmth as discussions turned to arguments and arguments turned to heartbreak. The old ways clashed against the new, creating a cacophony of confusion. Some elders, with their lined faces and wise eyes, still remembered the old gods, calling upon the spirits of the forest for protection, while younger generations looked to the cross, drawn by the stories of grace and redemption. In the villages, rituals were transformed. The sacred fires that once welcomed the sun at summer solstice began to flicker in the shadows of a new belief. The vibrant festivals celebrating Earth's bounty were tinged with the solemnity of church services. The songs once sung to summon Perkunas were now replaced with hymns that spoke of love and forgiveness. And yet, amidst this transformation, the old myths fought to survive. The people began to see a curious blend of their traditions with those of this new faith. The figure of Christ, gentle and reassuring, took on attributes of their old gods. They found solace in the notion that the God of Christianity bore a crown of thorns, reminiscent of the wildflowers once used in their own sacred rituals. The image of Mary, the mother of Jesus, with her nurturing embrace, mirrored Laima's protective nature. As the seasons changed, so did the stories. The tales of ancient spirits morphed, becoming parables that intertwined with Christian morals. The rivers and forests remained sacred, but now they were viewed through a different lens, a God's creation, imbued with divine presence. The air buzzed with a blend of reverence and confusion, where villagers sought to honor both the old and the new. Yet, not all could accept this merging of beliefs. The shadows grew darker as some tribal leaders felt their power wane under the weight of this new faith. They summoned the spirits of old, invoking the names of gods long cherished, calling for strength against the encroaching tide of change. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a reminder of Perkunas's anger as the villagers gathered, torn between their love for tradition and the lure of salvation. The struggle intensified. Communities divided into factions, some fiercely protective of their ancient ways, while others embraced the foreign teachings with open hearts. The clash of swords rang out beneath stormy skies as the old ways resisted. The air crackled with tension, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath, waiting for resolution. Families wept, church bells rang, and the echoes of their choices reverberated through the forests and fields, mingling with the cries of ancient spirits seeking solace. And then, there were the moments of unexpected tenderness. In secret, some met in the woods, gathering under the cover of night to share whispered prayers to both the old gods and the new. The air was thick with the scent of pine and the warmth of flickering candlelight as they sought common ground amid the chaos. Here, they found a fragile peace, a flicker of hope amid the swirling storm of beliefs. Silent agreements formed in these clandestine meetings, a pact to honor the old ways while also opening their hearts to the new. They began to understand that perhaps both could coexist, that the earth still held its sacredness, even under the watchful gaze of the Christian God. The essence of the land, its spirits and stories, still bore meaning infusing their lives with a richness that transcended mere belief. The tides of faith ebbed and flowed, a constant wrestling match between the heart and the spirit. The ancient myths of the Balts found new life, interwoven with Christian tales, creating a unique tapestry of belief. The fear that once gripped the land began to soften into understanding, where respect for the old gods blended seamlessly with love for the new. As the sun sank lower, casting long shadows across the village, the stories would continue, weaving a narrative that echoed through time. The influence of Christianity on Baltic mythology was not just a tale of conflict. It was a story of resilience, adaptation, and the unyielding spirit of a people caught between worlds. The night deepened, but hope stirred in the hearts of those willing to keep the fire of belief alive, ever flickering, ever changing, much like the legends that connected them to both earth and sky. As the sun slowly dips below the horizon, the sky transforms into an artist's palette of oranges, pinks, and purples, a magical prelude to a night filled with laughter, song, and ancient traditions. This is the Eve of Johnny, a celebration that pulses with life and reverberates with the echoes of centuries past. Families gather in backyards and fields, the air thick with anticipation, each heart beating in rhythm with the whispers of history. Ancient fires flicker in the distance, their flames licking the sky like eager tongues, grasping for the stars. This is not just a festival, it is a bridge connecting the present to the past, a sacred moment when the veil between worlds seems to thin. It is said that on this night, the sun stands still at its highest point, allowing the earth to breathe and the spirit of life to flourish. The scent of fresh flowers fills the air, and laughter rings out like music, uniting generations under the watchful gaze of the moon. Tradition has woven a tapestry of rituals that dance through this celebration. The making of flower crowns, each blossom hand-picked under the warm sun, each stem a whisper of love and care, brings a sense of unity. Young maidens and wise grandmothers work together, their hands moving skillfully, threading together nature's treasures. As they weave, stories are shared, secrets passed down like heirlooms, and for a moment, time stands still. Each crown holds a wish, a dream of prosperity and health for the coming year, a symbol of hope nestled in the heart of every participant. When the sun finally kisses the earth goodnight, the bonfires roar to life. Wood crackles and pops, sending sparks dancing into the night, a reminder of the sun's vital energy. Families and friends gather around, their faces illuminated by the warm glow. Eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. The songs begin, ancient melodies passed down through generations, filling the air with a sense of nostalgia and connection. Voices rise, weaving together stories of love, of harvests past, and of the eternal cycle of life. Some songs tell of the sun's journey, urging it to return and bless the crops. Others are playful, summoning the spirit of mischief that lurks in the shadows. As the night deepens, a hush falls over the crowd. It is time for the age-old tradition of jumping over the flames, a rite of passage, a test of bravery, and a promise of purification. Hearts race as the first brave souls leap into the fire's embrace, laughter mingling with gasps as they land safely on the other side. One by one, they take the leap, each jump marking a moment of triumph. The air crackles with energy, a tangible reminder that they are part of something greater, a community bound by shared history and hope. Yet, among the merriment, an undercurrent of longing threads through the night. For many, Johnny is a reminder of those who have come before. a grandmother's wise laughter, a grandfather's strong hands teaching how to dance around the flames. There is a bittersweet ache in the air, a collective memory that stirs the soul, reminding each participant that while they celebrate life, they also honor those who have left this realm. In the flickering shadows of the firelight, faces soften as stories of lost loved ones are told, their spirits woven into the fabric of the night. As midnight approaches, the atmosphere shifts, electric and alive with possibility. Couples move closer, their shadows intertwining as they share whispered dreams and secret promises. The night is thick with magic, and many believe that if you listen carefully, you can hear the voices of the forest beckoning. The dance reaches a frenzy, feet pounding against the earth, creating a rhythm that resonates through the very core of the land. Flowers sway in tune, their petals glistening with dew, as if applauding the joy of hearts unbound. An elder stands at the edge of the celebration, his gaze distant and wise. He begins to chant in an ancient tongue, each word steeped in the richness of his ancestors. The crowd grows quiet, drawn into the spell of his voice, feeling the weight of the stories that have shaped their identities. His tales weave through the gathering, connecting each soul to the land, to the sun and the moon, to the spirits of nature that dance in the margins of their existence. The air thickens with reverence, an awareness of the sacred, and for a moment, the world feels timeless. As dawn approaches, the first light slips over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pastels once more. The fire now smolders, a reminder of the vitality that danced in its flames. Faces weary yet luminous, the celebrants gather the remnants of the night, flowers, laughter, and echoes of a time filled with promise. As they prepare to return home, they carry with them not merely memories, but a piece of the very essence of Johnny, a tapestry of connection that stitches together the past, present, and future. In this moment, the cycle continues, as the whispers of the night linger in the air, urging the next generation to embrace the traditions of Johnny, to leap into the flames of life, to sing songs that echo through time. The sun climbs higher, casting golden rays upon the land, a promise that the life-affirming energy of Johnny will live on, shimmering in the hearts of those who dare to celebrate, to remember, and to dance. The air was thick with anticipation, a sense of dread mingling with curiosity as the villagers gathered near the ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching like arms reaching for the heavens. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices quivering like leaves in a storm, recounting tales of the underworld, a shadowy domain that existed beneath the earth, a place where the souls of the departed journeyed, neither fully alive nor completely dead. In Baltic cosmology, the underworld was not just a destination, it was a profound part of life's cycle. The people believed that after death, one's spirit descended through a series of dark, winding tunnels, echoing with the whispers of those who had come before. It was said that the first step was to cross the river of the dead, a rushing torrent known as the Duna, its waters chilling enough to freeze the warmth of a living heart. The river, shimmering in the dim light, beckoned with promises that felt as enticing as they were terrifying. The journey across was fraught with challenges, where the souls would encounter the guardians of the underworld, fierce beings who demanded tribute and respect. The villagers told stories of these guardians, figures draped in shadows, wielding power that could either curse or bless. They spoke of a great horned beast, a creature known as Velnias, whose piercing gaze could see into the very soul of anyone who dared to approach. Velnias was both feared and revered, a spirit who governed the balance between life and death. Those who approached with respect were met with guidance, while those who arrived with ill intentions found themselves lost forever in the maze of darkness, their cries swallowed by the abyss. As the night deepened, lanterns flickered like stars, casting dancing shadows that seemed to come alive, whispering forgotten tales. The villagers spoke of how the dead would encounter their ancestors, a chance to seek forgiveness, to right the wrongs of their lives. The embracing arms of family members drew the newly departed into a bittersweet reunion, where laughter intertwined with tears. But lurking in the corners of this reunion were also the ghosts of regrets, memories that clawed at the heart, reminding the souls of the choices made in life. There was a tension between sorrow and relief, a powerful dichotomy that captured the essence of the underworld. It was a place where the winds howled with the voices of the forsaken, carrying their stories to the living. Every gust whispered secrets, tales of love lost, dreams unfulfilled, and battles fought. The air felt heavy with unspent emotions, a lingering reminder of the fragility of existence. One tale that sent shivers through the listeners was of a young woman named Lima, who had passed too soon, her life a mere flicker in the vastness of time. As she descended into the underworld, her heart ached with longing for the love she had left behind. It was said that she wandered through the dim corridors of the afterlife, seeking out the warmth of her lost love, a man named Jurate. Laima was drawn to the shimmering waters of the Duna, where the essence of life mingled with the shadows of death. Her spirit encountered Velnius, who, with a knowing gaze, offered her a choice: to stay and embrace the darkness or return to the world of the living, forever changed. Lima's heart raced as she felt the pull of both realms, the raw pain of longing clashing with the terrifying beauty of the underworld. With each step, she felt the weight of countless souls, their stories intertwining with hers, creating a tapestry of existence that transcended time. As she ventured deeper, Laima heard the soft lullabies of the departed, their voices weaving through the air like a haunting melody. Echoing laughter and distant cries became a symphony of experiences that enveloped her. Each soul she encountered had a story, a lesson learned in life, and a price paid in death. In that shadowy expanse, she discovered the reality of choices made, some filled with love, others steeped in regret. The villagers clutched their children tighter as they heard how Lima finally made her choice. With tears streaming down her ethereal face, she chose to return, driven by a love that transcended the veil of death. But the river Duna was unforgiving, and as she crossed back, it demanded a piece of her. Her laughter echoed through the night, but it was tinged with sorrow, for every return carries a price. Tales of the underworld were rich with emotion. The villagers spoke of the moon, who watched over the souls as they traversed the darkness, guiding them with her silvery light. She was both a comfort and a reminder of the cycles of life. Every full moon, the villagers would gather, lighting candles and offering prayers, sending their love and hope to those who walked the shadowed paths below. The old tales of the underworld weren't just stories told to frighten children. They were a vital part of Baltic identity. They connected the living to the dead, weaving a thread that held families together through generations. The villagers felt the weight of their ancestors in every heartbeat, every whispered prayer. They believed that the underworld was not an end, but a passage where one could find understanding and peace. As the night wore on, The stories twisted and turned, each one more gripping than the last. The air crackled with emotion, love, loss, and the haunting beauty of the unknown. With every tale, the villagers felt the tug of the underworld, pulling them closer to its mysteries. The stories surged like the tide, ebbing and flowing, leaving both joy and sorrow in their wake. The crackling fire illuminated faces filled with wonder, but also fear, as they realized that the underworld was ever present in their lives, a reminder that every choice mattered, every moment counted. They understood that the stories of Velnius, Lima, and the Guardians were more than myths. They were an essential fabric of their existence, a reminder that love, pain, and life intertwined in ways they could never fully comprehend. In the deepening shadows, the villagers felt the stirrings of the underworld, beckoning them to listen closer, to understand that the past was never truly gone, but lingered just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when their own tales would intertwine with the cosmic dance of life and death. Each heartbeat echoed the stories of the departed, a promise that the connection between realms would continue, weaving lives together in an eternal embrace that neither time nor death could sever. In the quiet folds of ancient forests, where shadows danced with whispers of the wind, women wove their stories into the very fabric of Baltic mythology. They were not mere figures in the background. They roared to life with strength and passion, shaping the landscapes of belief and tradition, from the depths of the earth to the skies above. Their presence was felt, a constant reminder that they were not just mortals, but powerful beings, each with their own tale to tell. Take, for example, the goddess Lima, the weaver of fate. She stood at the crossroads of life and death, her hands guiding the threads that bound the destinies of every soul. In the stories passed down through generations, she was depicted with flowing hair that shimmered like the stars, her eyes reflecting the hopes and fears of those who looked to her for guidance. Women in villages would light candles in her honor, praying for good fortune, their voices trembling with reverence. It was said that when Laima smiled, fortune smiled back. But when she frowned, the winds howled in warning, and hearts trembled at the thought of her displeasure. But Laima was not alone. In the realms of fertility and earth, there was Gemina, the goddess who cradled the fields and forests, nurturing life from the soil. Women gathered at dawn, their hands rich with the earth, as they sang songs of thanks to her. These rituals echoed through the valleys, filled with laughter and the promise of harvest. The women understood the cycles of nature intimately. Their lives were woven with the rhythms of the seasons. They believed that a bountiful crop was a direct blessing from Gemina, her spirit infusing the land with vitality. When the crops flourished, it was not just a victory over hunger. It was a celebration of womanhood, of strength, and resilience. Beneath the surface of these mythic figures lay the struggles of women in their day-to-day lives. They were the backbone of their families, the nurturers, and the warriors when needed. The tales of brave women who defended their homes from invaders or who confronted the elements with fierce determination were spoken of with pride. In the stories, they faced challenges that would make the strongest men quiver. They danced with wolves and spoke to the rivers, drawing strength from the very earth around them. Their hearts beat with the pulse of the wild, a connection to nature that transcended the ordinary. Then there was the mysterious figure of the witch, a title that could inspire fear or respect, depending on the village's lore. These women, often seen as outcasts, embodied wisdom and power. They were healers, using herbs and knowledge passed down from mother to daughter. Some tales spoke of their ability to fly through the night sky, cloaked in darkness, seeking justice for the wronged. The whispers of their magic sent shivers down spines, but those who sought them out found solace and healing. Their potions bubbled with strength born from the earth, and their chants wove spells that could mend broken hearts or bring forth storms. The duality of the feminine presence in Baltic myths created a rich tapestry of emotions. On one hand, there was the nurturing aspect, the mothers, the caregivers, the wise ones who guided the young. On the other hand, there were the fierce warriors, the defiant spirits who stood against the tide of oppression, their voices ringing out like thunder. Tales of women who fought against the darkness, who challenged the norms that sought to confine them, were shared around fires, igniting sparks of rebellion in the hearts of listeners. They became symbols of hope, showing that strength does not always roar. Sometimes it simply whispers, "I will not be broken." As the seasons changed, so too did the myths evolve. The arrival of Christianity brought new layers to the stories, intertwining old beliefs with new. Women began to adapt, to find their place within this shifting landscape. Some figures from the old tales were reshaped into saints, their legends melding with the teachings of the Church. Yet, even in this transformation, the essence of the women remained intact. They continued to be revered, not just in the spiritual realm, but in the hearts of those who remembered the old ways. The ghost stories that lingered in the corners of Baltic culture often featured women who had defied the expectations of their time. Their restless spirits roamed the earth, seeking closure and justice. Tales of these women sent chills through the spine as villagers recounted how they would wander the forests on moonlit nights, searching for answers or calling for help. These stories served as reminders that women were forces of nature, both in life and death. Their legacy was not easily forgotten. It lived on in the hearts of mothers, daughters, and sons who dared to remember. As the stories unfolded in the minds of listeners, the bond between the living and the mythical grew stronger. Women in everyday life began to embody the traits of their mythic counterparts. They spoke with conviction, laughed with joy, and wept with sorrow, echoing the great goddesses and spirits of their ancestors. The past and present intertwined, creating a vibrant tapestry of experiences that inspired generations. With the passing of each tale, the air crackled with energy, as if the very earth beneath their feet resonated with the whispers of those who had come before. The stories ignited the flames of courage in the hearts of women, compelling them to embrace their own power. They would gather around the fire, their faces illuminated by the flickering light, sharing tales of resilience and strength, adding their voices to the chorus of those who had walked before them. And in that sacred space, where history met the present, the role of women in Baltic myths continued to pulse with life, urging those who listened to remember, to honor, and to rise up, always. The tales, vivid and haunting, wove themselves seamlessly into the fabric of time, lingering in the air, waiting for the next voice to carry them forward into an uncertain future. The cycle of life, death, and rebirth would continue, echoing the stories of women who had left an indelible mark on the world around them. Beneath the shadow of ancient mountains and timeless forests, the air crackles with whispers of the past. Sacred sites stand as silent witnesses to the ebb and flow of human history, where the veil between the earthly and the divine is thin. These locations are not merely places on a map. They are storied realms soaked in myth and legend, radiating an energy that can be felt deep within the soul. Take Stonehenge, for instance. Erected thousands of years ago, the massive stones rise against the skyline like sentinels guarding secrets long forgotten. Every year, as the summer solstice dawns, people gather in reverence, their breaths visible in the cool morning air. They stand shoulder to shoulder, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, as the sun's first rays illuminate the ancient stones. Legends speak of druids, celestial alignments, and rituals that once called upon the spirits of ancestors. Time loses meaning in moments like these. Each heartbeat harmonizes with the rhythm of history, as if the very stones are alive, sharing their tale. Across the globe lies the sacred land of Machu Picchu, nestled high in the Andes Mountains. The Inca citadel, shrouded in mist, emerges from the clouds like a lost city of gods. The stones, carved with precision, tell a story of an empire that revered the sun and stars. As travelers tread the ancient paths, they can almost hear the faint echoes of Inca priests chanting, summoning the power of Pachamama, Mother Earth. The terraces, once vibrant with crops, cradle the energy of countless rituals, where the sacred and the mundane intertwined. Each breath taken there feels laced with the history of a civilization that believed in the sacredness of every mountain and stream. Then there's the haunting beauty of the Parthenon in Athens. This magnificent temple, dedicated to the goddess Athena, rises with a grace that defies the passage of time. Its marble columns stand tall, weathered, yet proud, holding stories of battles and wisdom, of philosophy and art. Centuries ago, worshippers would gather, their hearts pounding with anticipation as they offered prayers to the goddess who represented wisdom and warfare. The air would be thick with incense, swirling around the sacred altar, where life and death mingled in the pursuit of favor from the divine. In those moments, the boundaries between mortals and gods felt almost non-existent, an intoxicating blend of reverence and awe. On the banks of the Ganges River, another sacred site breathes life into myth. Hindus flock to its waters, believing them to be purifying and blessed. Each year, millions gather for the Kumbh Mela, the world's largest religious gathering. As the sun rises, the river transforms into a shimmering pathway to heaven, and devotees plunge into its depths, washing away sins and seeking salvation. The cries of joy and the tears of longing meld into a symphony of faith, where the sacredness of water becomes a bridge to the divine. The Ganges is not merely a river, it is a goddess in her own right, a living embodiment of life and death, a reminder of the cycles that bind humanity. Further north, the sacred grounds of Uluru rise from the dusty earth of Australia, a monolith steeped in the stories of the Anangu people. This colossal rock formation isn't just a stunning visual. It holds countless tales of creation, spirits, and the Dreamtime, the Aboriginal understanding of the world. As dusk falls, the rock glows with hues of orange and red, inviting visitors into its mystique. Every scratch upon its surface tells a story. Every shadow cast by the setting sun feels like a whisper from the ancestors. The Anangu believe that the land and its stories are inseparable, urging all who visit to respect its spirit and its significance. In the heart of Japan lies the sacred island of Miyajima, home to the iconic floating torii gate of Itsukushima Shrine. As the tides shift, the gate appears to float on water, a scene that invokes a sense of tranquility and spiritual connection. For centuries, this site has been a place of pilgrimage, where the divine and the earthly converge in breathtaking harmony. The air is filled with the sounds of shamisen playing softly, and the sight of cherry blossoms swirling in the breeze brings tears to the eyes of those who visit, reminding them of the beauty and transience of life. As the sun rises over the ancient city of Jerusalem, the weight of history envelops every stone. The Western Wall stands as a testament to hope and faith, where prayers are whispered and tears are shed. Jews from around the world come to touch its weathered stones, each prayer a plea sent soaring to the heavens. The air buzzes with emotion, a palpable energy that surrounds this sacred site. It is a place where the past and present collide, where the weight of tradition rests heavily on the shoulders of those who seek connection with the divine. In the vastness of the American Southwest, the monolithic formations of Monument Valley tower like guardians of the land. For the Navajo people, these sacred sites are steeped in stories of creation, of spirits that dance upon the mesas. The sunsets here are a living canvas, where the colors shift and change, mirroring the sacredness of the land. Visitors stand in awe, their hearts racing as they witness the beauty that once inspired countless legends. Each formation, each valley, is alive with stories waiting to be told, echoing the voices of the ancestors who once roamed this land. As the evening sun dips below the horizon, the ancient ruins of Petra, carved into the rose-red rock of Jordan, shimmer in the fading light. The treasury, an architectural marvel, draws the eyes of all who approach. Legends speak of hidden treasures and sacred rituals, of a civilization that thrived in harmony with their gods. As the stars emerge, the silence of the desert wraps around visitors like a warm embrace, inviting them to listen to the tales carried on the winds, a reminder of the ephemeral nature of civilization and the enduring power of belief. In every sacred site, the air is thick with emotion, a tapestry woven from the threads of history and myth. They pulse with the essence of humanity's quest for meaning, for connection to something greater than themselves. Each stone, each whisper, each gathering of souls resonates with the heart's longing for the divine. These sites are not just remnants of the past. They are living embodiments of hope, dreams, and the timeless human spirit. A journey unending, ever evolving, echoing through the ages. The air crackled with the scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers as the sun dipped low on the horizon. It was the cusp of spring, and the ancient Baltic lands buzzed with whispers of renewal. As the sky slowly faded from golden hues to deep violet, a feeling of anticipation settled over the people, an unspoken understanding that they were not merely observers of nature's rhythm, but active participants in a sacred cycle that shaped their very existence. Spring's arrival was more than a season. It was a promise. The long, harsh winter had held the land in its icy grip, silencing the songs of birds and burying the fields under layers of snow. Yet, as the first buds appeared, breaking through the frost, the spirit of Perkunas, the thunder god, thundered above, signaling the time for rebirth. Villagers gathered, their hearts swelling with hope, as they began to chant ancient melodies that echoed across the fields. The songs intertwined with the hum of awakening life, resonating with the pulse of the earth itself. Each season bore its legends, and none were more poignant than the stories woven around summer. In the warmth of the sun, families danced around the fire, their laughter mingling with the crackle of wood and the sweet scent of blooming linden trees. Summer was a time of abundance, and the goddess Lima, guardian of fate, watched over them. She was revered not just for her gifts of prosperity, but also for her role in weaving the threads of life and death. As night fell, the air shimmered with magic, and the tales of love and loss swirled with the smoke, wrapping around hearts like a warm embrace. The people remembered their ancestors, feeling their spirits linger in the air, guiding them as they celebrated life's bounty. The harvest moon rose, a glowing orb in the sky, illuminating the fields where golden grains danced in the breeze. This was the season of gathering, of grateful hearts and weary bodies. The earth offered its gifts, and the celebration of Johnny, the midsummer festival, brought the community together. They lit bonfires and sang until dawn, honoring the sun, their laughter rising to meet the stars. Yet, amidst the joy, there lingered a quiet reverence for the cycle of life, the understanding that with every harvest comes the shadow of winter, the inevitable return to the cold embrace of the earth. As autumn painted the world in hues of orange and gold, the whispers of change grew louder. Leaves crunched underfoot, a symphony of sound that signaled the transition. The people felt the weight of time pressing upon them, the urgency of preparation as they gathered food and fortitude for the coming chill. The goddess of the harvest, Jemina, presided over this time, with her nurturing presence felt in every grain collected and every root unearthed. Yet, there was a bittersweet quality to this season, a reminder that the warmth of summer would soon be but a memory. The stories told by the fireside took on a deeper tone, reflecting on the passage of time, the embraces shared, and the hands held dear, now resting in the cold ground. With the first frost came the stillness of winter, a time when the land lay dormant, cradled beneath a blanket of white. The people turned inward, both literally and figuratively, gathering together for warmth and companionship. The nights grew long, and the fires burned bright, casting flickering shadows that held the stories of the past. They honored the spirits of their ancestors, lighting candles to guide the way for lost souls. The air was thick with the scent of pine and smoke, as tales of the fierce winter goddess, Lima, filled the room, reminding all of the fragility of life and the strength found in unity. Through the cold, dark nights, the rhythm of life persisted. Rituals were held to appease the forces of nature, to ensure that the cycle would resume once again. The people sang songs that echoed through the stillness, calling out to the spirits of spring, urging them to awaken and return. And just like that, the wheel began to turn once more. The cycle of seasons was not merely a passage of time for the Baltic people. It was a living entity, a vibrant force that intertwined with their very souls. Each season brought its own lessons, its joys and sorrows, and the people understood that they were not alone in this dance. The spirits of the land moved with them, a constant reminder that life and death, light and dark, were forever linked. As the sun began to rise again, breaking through the horizon, the warmth of spring returned, and with it, the promise of renewal. The land heaved a sigh of relief, as if awakening from a long slumber. Wildflowers burst forth in a riot of color, their petals reaching for the sun. Life stirred beneath the surface, and the songs of birds filled the air once more, a heavenly chorus celebrating the return of warmth. People gathered in the fields, arms linked, hearts open, ready to dance with the rhythms of nature. And so, the cycle continued, an eternal loop that held within it the essence of existence. With each passing season, the lessons learned echoed through time, weaving the fabric of their beliefs and connecting them to the land and each other. The stories that emerged from this cycle, the stories of love, loss, and hope, shaped the very core of their identity. The seasons were not merely markers of time. They were a reflection of life itself, a dance between the known and the unknown, the joy of living and the inevitability of letting go. As night fell on the first day of spring, the stars twinkled above, each one a reminder of those who had come before. The people sat in silence, lost in thought, hearts united under a canopy of ancient skies. The flickering flames of the bonfire cast shadows that danced like the spirits of their ancestors, reminding them that they were part of something far greater. The cycle was far from over. It was only just beginning, and as they shared their hopes and dreams, they felt a thrill of excitement course through them, a sensation that there was still much more to come, many more stories waiting to be told, beckoning from the shadows of the seasons to come. Lightning split the sky above the ancient forests, illuminating the darkened woods with a brilliant flash that sent shivers racing down the spine of every living creature beneath its canopy. The air crackled with electricity, heavy with the scent of rain and the promise of a storm. It was a moment charged with raw power, a moment that belonged to Perkunas, the mighty god of thunder. He stood tall and imposing, his figure cloaked in the wrath of nature, a living embodiment of strength and fury. In the lore whispered by the elders, Perkunas was not merely a god, but a force that shaped the very fabric of existence. His voice was like thunder itself, a sound that could shake mountains and stir the hearts of men. The villagers below believed that when the heavens roared, it was Perkunas expressing his anger or joy, a tumultuous celebration of life and death, entwined. With each crack of thunder, they felt a tingle in their bones, a foreboding that something great or terrible was about to unfold. In the quiet hours leading up to the storm, doubts lingered in the hearts of the villagers. They gathered in hushed circles, their faces etched with worry. Would Perkunas bring his wrath upon them today? Would he unleash his fury upon the earth? Or would he merely dance with the clouds, a celestial performance that would leave them awestruck? Each person carried a small token of respect for the god, a carved figure, a humble offering of bread, or a simple prayer whispered to the winds. They understood that his favor was as fleeting as the summer's sun, never guaranteed but always hoped for. As the storm clouds rolled in, an air of anticipation thickened. The children, wide-eyed and innocent, would stand on the edges of the village, gazing up with wonder as the dark clouds twisted and turned, morphing into shapes that seemed alive. They caught glimpses of Perkunas in the swirling mist, a giant with a mighty hammer, ready to bring balance to the chaos of the world. His hammer, the symbol of his power, was crafted from the very essence of the heavens, capable of summoning storms and splitting the earth. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder rang out, reverberating through the valleys and hills. The villagers clenched their fists, hearts racing as the sky erupted into a symphony of lightning. Each bolt illuminated fleeting visions of battle. Perkunas, locked in a cosmic struggle against the dark forces of chaos. The stories spoke of his eternal conflict with the serpent-like creature, the embodiment of strife and disorder, a creature that sought to claim dominion over the world. As thunder rolled, the villagers felt every bit of that struggle, every strike of lightning, a testament to the god's relentless pursuit of harmony. Among them, an old woman named Aiste stood resilient, her gnarled hands clasped around a weathered amulet. She was the village's keeper of stories, her voice a bridge to the past. Aiste had seen many storms, but today she felt something different, a current of change weaving through the air. The wind whispered secrets to her, tales of the ancient bond between the people and their god. She recounted the legend of how Perkunas had once descended upon the earth in a blaze of glory, saving the villagers from a terrible drought by summoning rain and restoring life to the parched fields. But even as she spoke, the storm raged on, and the tension grew thicker. Children clung to their mothers, eyes wide with fear and fascination. The rain began to fall in sheets, drumming against the earth like 1,000 tiny feet. Aiste's words rose above the chaos, a mantra of hope and reverence for the god who controlled the skies. He brings the rain. He brings the thunder, she called out, her voice steady and strong. He is our protector, our warrior. Trust in Perkunas, for he will not abandon us. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the storm intensified. Lightning struck nearby, a brilliant flash that cut through the darkness. The ground trembled as if in response, and the villagers gasped, an involuntary prayer escaping their lips. Aiste raised her amulet high, its surface shimmering under the electric light, a beacon of faith in the tempest. Hear me, Perkunas. We honor you. We cherish you. Suddenly, amid the howling winds and the relentless rain, the unmistakable shape of Perkunas emerged from the storm. His eyes blazed with the light of 1,000 stars, fierce and commanding. The villagers felt their hearts leap as they sensed his presence, a palpable energy that filled the air with hope and strength. Just as Aiste had said, he was their protector, and here he was, standing watch over them, as he always had. Fierce winds roared around him, yet he remained unyielding, a mountain amid the storm. With a mighty swing of his hammer, he struck the ground, sending shock waves through the earth. The sky lit up in a brilliant display, revealing the world in stark relief. Shadows danced, and for a moment, it was as if time stood still. The villagers held their breath, captivated, as the storm transformed into a magnificent dance, full of wild beauty and untamed power. But the struggle was not over. The dark creature coiled amidst the clouds, rearing its head to challenge the god. It writhed and twisted, an embodiment of fears and doubts, a reminder that every good force faces darkness. The air buzzed with tension as the two forces clashed. Each strike of the hammer met with a hiss of the serpent's wrath. The skies erupted again, and the ground shook, echoing the fierce battle above. Aiste, her heart racing, felt a deeper connection to the unfolding events. She understood now that Perkunas was not just a protector, but a catalyst for change. The storm was not just a display of power. It was a reminder of resilience, of learning to stand strong against the tides of chaos. As thunder rolled once more, her voice rose above the storm. "Fight for us, Perkunas. We stand with you." The villagers joined her, their voices united in fervor, a wave of hope crashing against the darkness. In that moment, they were not just spectators. They were part of something larger, entwined with the very fabric of existence, a dance of life and chaos, light and shadow. The battle raged on, and with every heartbeat, the tension mounted, a living pulse that bound them to their god. The storm promised no easy resolution, only the truth that life itself was a struggle, a fight, worth living. And as the lightning flashed and the thunder roared, the villagers knew this story was far from over. It spiraled onward, a tale that would echo through generations, forever entwined with their lives, an eternal reminder of the bond between Perkunas and his people. The storm continued to rage, and with each strike, they felt the power of the god, unstoppable, fierce, and undeniably alive. The air crackled with the promise of more to come, an unbroken cycle of challenge, hope, and the relentless force of nature. In a small village nestled between towering mountains, there was an old woman named Esme who sat by her fire, the golden light flickering against the rough-hewn walls. Her gnarled hands expertly wove tales of ancient heroes and mythical beasts, their echoes dancing in the air like the shadows cast by the flames. Children gathered around her, eyes wide with wonder, as she took them to realms they could only dream of. Yet what they didn't know was that these stories were not just fables. They were the living veins of a culture, constantly shifting and reshaping with the passage of time. The legends of the past held a compelling power, threading through generations like the smoke rising from Esme's fire. Centuries ago, in ancient Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh narrated the struggles of a king seeking immortality. This tale, once a testament to humanity's yearning against the relentless march of time, gradually morphed into a parable about the acceptance of mortality. As civilizations rose and fell, so too did the meaning of myths transform, adapting to the cultural and emotional needs of those who told them. In Egypt, the story of Osiris and Isis painted a vivid picture of love and resurrection. Initially a tale of divine intrigue, it evolved through the ages into a symbol of hope and renewal for the people. The annual flooding of the Nile brought life, and the myth mirrored this cycle, reinforcing the connection between human existence and the natural world. As the years turned into centuries, Osiris became more than a god. He grew into an emblem of the human spirit, showing how grief can lead to rebirth. Traveling across the Mediterranean, the Greeks created a pantheon filled with gods who reflected their own flaws and desires. Zeus, with his thunderbolt, was once a figure of supreme authority, feared and revered. Yet as stories traveled from mouth to mouth, he began to embody the chaos of human emotions, jealousy, love, and betrayal. The myths transformed, echoing the complexities of human nature. In the retellings, audiences no longer just feared him, they began to understand him. They saw their own struggles mirrored in these divine dramas, each tale adapting to the hearts of those who listened. In the northern reaches of Europe, the Norse myths were born from the harsh realities of life. Odin, the one-eyed god, was a relentless seeker of knowledge, a reflection of humanity's insatiable curiosity. But as the landscape changed and the people faced new challenges brought by the encroaching Christian faith, his story shifted. No longer just a fierce warrior deity, he became a symbol of sacrifice and wisdom, embodying the idea that knowledge often comes at a great cost. The transformation of his character mirrored the tumultuous shifts in belief, revealing how deeply intertwined stories are with the lives of those who tell them. The journeys of myths across cultures were never simple. They twisted and turned like a river, winding through valleys. The tales of the American indigenous peoples, filled with rich imagery of the natural world, were likewise transformed. The trickster coyote, once merely a clever creature, came to represent resilience and adaptability amidst adversity. As colonization swept across the land, stories of survival and resistance blossomed, intertwining the past with the present struggles of the people. The myths became a source of strength, a testament to their enduring spirit in the face of erasure. Often, the passage of time brought with it an insatiable hunger for reinterpretation. Shakespeare's works, steeped in myth and history, found new life in the modern world. Characters like Hamlet, who wrestled with existential questions, became mirrors reflecting contemporary anxieties. The myths of yesteryears re-emerged, revitalized through the lens of modernity, a haunting reminder that while the faces of the characters may change, the truths they embody remain timeless. As the sun set on Esme's village, she told the children of the phoenix, a creature reborn from its ashes. The flames crackled loudly, punctuating her words with a rhythm that seemed to echo the very cycle of life and death. With every tale she spun, she wove the past into the present, guiding the young minds to understand that myths aren't just stories. They are the very fabric of humanity, ever-changing yet eternal. Outside the warmth of her fire, the world shifted. New technologies rose, and with them, new forms of storytelling emerged. The digital age ushered in a wave of reimagination as ancient myths found their place in video games, movies, and social media. The heroes of old were resurrected yet again, filtered through screens and pixels, finding new audiences who felt their struggles with love, loss, and identity. The transformation was dizzying as the essence of these tales adapted to fit the needs and understandings of a fast-paced world. The power of those ancient narratives clung to the hearts of modern audiences like a whisper from the past. The resilience of myths, their ability to morph and bend, serves as a testament to the human experience itself. Each generation, in turn, takes ownership of these time-honored stories, adding their own layers of meaning, allows them to breathe and evolve. As the children listened to Esme, their eyes sparkled with a recognition that these myths were not just relics of history. They were alive, pulsating with emotion and significance. And as the night deepened, the flickering flames began to die down, leaving only glowing embers that resonated with the hearts of all who had gathered. In that moment, the boundary between past and present blurred, and the stories of heroes, gods, and spirits shimmered on the horizon, waiting to be reborn once more, just as Esme had done with every tale she shared. The fabric of history, stitched together with threads of myth, held the promise of infinity, a reminder that the stories never truly end. They only await the next voice to carry them forward. In a world where the thirst for knowledge burned brighter than any flame, legends took shape in the shadows of history. Those who dared to seek the truth often found themselves standing at the edge of enormous cliffs, peering into the abyss of the unknown. Among them were figures both mythical and real, whose stories intertwined like vines in an ancient forest, each twist and turn revealing a deeper mystery. At the dawn of civilization, in the cradle of Mesopotamia, a young scribe named Enki felt the weight of knowledge on his shoulders. Cuneiform tablets surrounded him, etched with stories of gods and heroes. He could hear the whispers of the ancients, urging him to write, to preserve their wisdom. As he dipped his stylus into the clay, the echo of his pen felt like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But with each word he inscribed, Enki faced a choice that would challenge his spirit and reshape the world. Would he share all he learned, risking the ire of the gods who guarded these secrets? Or would he protect the knowledge, keeping it hidden, safe from those who would misuse it? Meanwhile, across the ages, in ancient Greece, a figure loomed large. Prometheus, the titan who defied Zeus by stealing fire from Olympus. His heart thumped a mix of exhilaration and fear as he descended the snowy slopes, clutching the glowing embers. Prometheus longed to share this gift with humanity, igniting the spark of creativity, innovation, and knowledge. But little did he know, the act of giving would come at a terrible price. As he reached the first village, he could see the awe in the eyes of the people, their mouths agape, their hearts racing with newfound hope. Yet, in the shadows, Zeus watched with fury, his thunderous wrath brewing like a storm on the horizon. The tension hung thick in the air, as knowledge was both a boon and a burden. In those days of old, learning was a weapon wielded with caution, and the heroes who dared to seek it often faced monstrous challenges. The story of Odysseus serves as a testament to this. His journey was not merely across the seas, but through the very fabric of human understanding. With every challenge, the Cyclops, the Sirens, and the treacherous Scylla, Odysseus learned profound truths about bravery, cunning, and the limits of man's understanding. Each encounter tore at his soul, pushing him to the brink. Yet every scar he bore became a part of the tapestry of wisdom he wove. In a far-off land, the knowledge-seeking spirit found another champion in the form of the great philosopher Socrates. He wandered the streets of Athens, questioning everything, his voice echoing through the city like a haunting melody. "What is truth?" he would ask, his eyes glinting with a mixture of mischief and profound seriousness. His relentless pursuit of knowledge made him both revered and feared. The citizens listened, entranced, yet uneasy, as his questions stripped away the layers of complacency that cloaked their understanding. Yet, even the bravest had to reckon with the consequences of their pursuit. Socrates' fate loomed, a dark cloud on the horizon, as his thirst for knowledge would lead him down a path of no return. Far away, in the towering mountains of the Himalayas, an ancient legend whispered of Siddhartha, who would become the Buddha. He was a prince, living in a palace of luxury and comfort, yet an insatiable urge to understand suffering gnawed at his heart. The world outside the palace was painted with shades of pain and sorrow that his sheltered eyes had never seen. One fateful night, he slipped away, leaving behind the life of ease to wander in search of enlightenment. The journey was grueling. He faced starvation, temptation, and doubt. His body weakened, but his resolve grew stronger. Under the Bodhi tree, he finally uncovered the profound truths that would change the course of history. The light of wisdom enveloped him, illuminating the darkness that had shrouded humanity for eons. Back in the deserts of Egypt, another hero emerged, Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing. He held the secrets of the universe in his hands, the delicate balance of creation and destruction. Legends spoke of him racing against time itself, recording the fates of gods and men alike. He embodied the essence of knowledge, yet with such immense power came the burden of choice. Should he share his wisdom freely or protect it like a guardian? As he inscribed the sacred knowledge on papyrus, the winds whispered secrets of the cosmos, hinting at the chaos that would ensue should humanity abuse the gifts granted to them. As these mythical heroes faced their trials, the emotional weight of their quests resonated through the ages. The echoes of their choices reverberated in the hearts of every person who sought understanding. Each character, whether a god or a man, felt the sting of doubt, the fear of failure, and the soaring triumph of discovery. Their stories were not just tales of bravery, but reflections of the human condition, a mirroring of our own struggles and desires. The quest for knowledge etched itself into the fabric of time, a tapestry woven with the threads of hope, pain, and resilience. With each hero's journey, the air crackled with the promise of revelation, binding their fates with those who would follow. The fire that Prometheus shared, the questions Socrates posed, the enlightenment Siddhartha found, and the wisdom Thoth recorded echoed through history, beckoning the restless hearts who dared to seek. In this world of legends, the quest for knowledge was endless, and the heroes were but whispers in the winds of time, forever chasing the horizon of understanding. As the tales wove together, a new chapter awaited, one where the echoes of the past would guide the hands of future seekers, revealing the next thrilling adventure yet to unfold. The wind whispered through the trees, as if carrying secrets of ancient times. A figure stood quietly, gazing at the vast expanse of the forest. The leaves danced above in a vibrant display of greens and golds, but below, the earth held memories that stretched back thousands of years. Here, beneath the towering oaks and sprawling pines, the story of humanity's bond with nature unfolded like a tapestry woven with emotion, struggle, and a longing for connection. Long before concrete jungles sprouted, when the sun first kissed the earth, humans roamed the wild. They learned to listen to the rustling leaf and the call of the bird. Every creature had a story, every stream a song, stories that shaped the very essence of their existence. In the warmth of a fire, gathered around the flickering flames, families shared tales of the great hunt, of how the mighty mammoth fell, not just through strength, but through understanding the land and the animals that roamed it. The rhythms of nature dictated their lives, marking seasons of planting, harvesting, and survival. But as civilization evolved, a shift occurred. A rift silently forming between people and the world that cradled them. In ancient Egypt, the Nile was revered, a lifeblood that sustained agriculture and culture. The people worshipped the river as a goddess, recognizing that their very survival hinged on its ebb and flow. Yet, with every stone they placed, building towering monuments to their gods, they edged further away from the soft earth beneath their feet. They became architects of their own separation, etching their names in stone, while the whispers of the wind dwindled to mere echoes. Western society, too, grappled with this duality. The lush landscapes of the Roman Empire were once seen as a boon, a canvas upon which they painted their ambitions. Roads carved through forests, rivers bridged and tamed, and once untouchable mountains flattened to create cities of stone and glass. There was pride in progress, yet with each advancement, a soft lament grew. The voices of the ancients seemed to grow fainter, drowned out by the clamor of industry. Nature, that once cradled companion, became a resource to be exploited, a mere backdrop to the human story. As centuries turned, the Industrial Revolution marked a significant turning point. Black smoke filled the skies, and factories belched out fumes that choked the once pure air. The connection to the earth dissolved into a harsh reality of mechanization and toil. People toiled in fields transformed into uniform acres, their hands no longer feeling the soil's warmth. The nights grew darker, the stars obscured by the haze of progress. The sense of wonder faded, replaced by a relentless pursuit of wealth and power. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a flicker of hope remained. The wilderness still beckoned, a reminder of what was lost. The Romantic poets, with their profound insights, ignited a fire in the hearts of many. They gazed at the mountains and found inspiration, penning verses that celebrated the beauty of nature and the necessity of bonds. William Wordsworth walked in the Lake District, where the silent mountains spoke to him, instilling awe and reverence. His words wrapped around the hearts of those yearning for connection, urging them to look beyond the noise of the world. And so, revolutions of thought began to stir. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw the birth of conservation movements. Leaders like John Muir ventured into the wilderness, his heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the earth, advocating fiercely for the preservation of wild spaces. His passion ignited a movement that would fight to protect the very essence of nature itself. giving rise to national parks that now stand as sacred places. Yet, even as these sanctuaries were established, the battle between growth and preservation raged on, with both sides believing fervently in their vision of progress. As the 21st century dawned, the relationship between humans and nature faced new challenges. Climate change loomed ominously, casting shadows over the future. The ice caps melted, and storms grew wilder, as if nature itself was crying out in anguish. The air filled with urgency as scientists rang alarms, but the allure of modern life often drowned out their pleas. Yet, in the cracks of despair, a new generation arose, armed with knowledge and passion. They rallied, standing shoulder to shoulder, urging society to listen, to remember the bonds that once flourished. The youth marched through city streets, their voices a symphony of hope, calling for change. They grasped the hands of their ancestors, feeling the weight of history upon their shoulders. The forests, once silent witnesses to human folly, began to whisper again, stirring the hearts of those willing to listen. Community gardens sprouted in vacant lots, while rooftop farms flourished amidst skyscrapers. People sought solace in the embrace of trees, rediscovering the healing power of nature. And as the seasons turned, the relationship began to heal. People learned to grow, to nurture the earth, and in return, nature offered its bounty. They reveled in the crunch of fresh vegetables pulled from the soil, tasted the sweetness of fruits ripened under the sun, and felt the exhilaration of breathing in the crisp, clean air. In this tender dance, humanity began to recognize its role, not as conquerors, but custodians of the planet. The stories of old called out, urging a return to reverence for the land. The mountains, rivers, and forests became more than mere scenery. They became integral to identity, woven into the fabric of who people were and who they aspired to be. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the horizon, illuminating a path forward. A bridge was being built, not just between humanity and nature, but also between past and present. The roots of the ancient oaks stirred, aware of the growing awareness surrounding them, and the quiet bond that was slowly being restored. As the night embraced the day, the stars twinkled overhead, a reminder of the vastness of existence. And yet, beneath the night sky, humanity stood poised on the brink of transformation, ready to step onto a new path, an intersection of history, emotion, and the yearning to reconnect with the world that nurtured them since time immemorial. The journey continued, and the whispers of the earth grew louder, drawing them closer to the stories yet to be written. A thick fog hung low over the ancient forests of the Baltic region, wrapping the trees in a ghostly embrace. As the moonlight struggled to pierce through the mist, a shiver ran down the spine of anyone brave enough to wander these woods. Here, amidst the whispering leaves and the rustling underbrush, the echoes of ancient symbols pulsed with life, waiting patiently for the right moment to reveal their stories. They were more than mere marks on stone or wood. They were the heartbeat of a culture, a bridge between the living and the spirit world. Across the centuries, Baltic people have adorned their lives with symbols, simple shapes infused with profound meaning. The sun was not just a celestial body, but a goddess, Sol, radiating warmth, nurturing life, and illuminating the path for travelers. The swirling patterns of the sun symbol, often carved into wooden beams and woven into textiles, offered protection against darkness, a beacon of hope and light. It was a charm that whispered promises of safety to those who believed. The moon, too, played a vital role, wrapped in layers of mythology. It represented cycles, reflecting the rhythms of nature and human experience. The moon symbol, often found in the intricate designs of Baltic jewelry, reminded the people of their connection to the universe and to each other. As they looked up at the moon, they were reminded of the inevitability of change, the ebb and flow of life itself. In the flickering light of a bonfire, stories were shared, and the air thickened with emotion. Elders spoke of Perkunas, the thunder god, his presence marked by the jagged edges of lightning bolts etched into wood and stone. These symbols were not merely decorative, they served to invoke Perkunas's might and protection. Storms would rage, and the people would stand firm, knowing they were backed by a divine force that would shield their homes and families from harm. The symbols of Baltic mythology, however, often told tales of duality: the earth and sky, life and death, light and shadow. These were not opposing forces, but intertwined aspects of existence. The ancient symbol of the swastika, long before it was tainted by modern connotations, represented movement, the cyclical nature of life. It was a symbol of good fortune, intertwined with both fertility and the endless cycles of the seasons. Farmers would paint it on the doors of their barns, invoking abundance and bountiful harvests. It was a promise of sustenance and survival, deeply rooted in the very soil they tilled. Then there was the symbol of the tree of life, with its branches reaching toward the heavens and its roots digging deep into the earth. This symbol embodied the interconnectedness of all living things, a reminder that every creature, every plant, and every human being was part of a vast tapestry. It invoked a sense of belonging, a silent reassurance that despite life's uncertainties, they were never truly alone. As night deepened and shadows danced, the ritual of weaving began. Women gathered, their hands moving skillfully, creating patterns that spoke the language of their ancestors. Each thread carried an intention, a wish, or a prayer. These symbols were woven into garments, blankets, and tapestries, each piece a testament to the love and care poured into it. The colors and shapes told tales of joy, sorrow, and everything in between. A simple dress became a powerful armor against the unknown, a declaration of strength and resilience. But the symbols also revealed darker truths. The fear of the unknown loomed large in the minds of the Baltic people. The intricate designs of the serpent, often found in their art, spoke of chaos and danger, embodying the lurking threats in the forest and the vulnerabilities of life. The serpent was a reminder that danger could strike at any moment, lurking just out of sight. Yet, just as fear was woven into their worldview, so too was hope. The balance of symbols reflected the delicate dance of existence. In the corner of a dimly lit hut, an old shaman, his body worn and weathered, sat surrounded by a circle of eager listeners. He raised a talisman crafted from clay, adorned with symbols of protection. His voice trembled as he recounted tales of spirits that roamed the earth, guardians and tricksters alike. The symbols were keys to understanding the unseen world and navigating the mysteries of life and death. They had the power to bring comfort, to ward off evil, and to invite blessings into their homes. As sparks flew from the fire, a moment of stillness enveloped the gathering. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very spirits of the forest were listening, watching. It was a reminder that every symbol etched into their lives, every story shared, held the weight of history, of ancestors who had walked the same paths, felt the same fears, and celebrated the same joys. The past lingered in the air, unbroken by the passage of time, a continuous loop of emotion and connection. And so, the symbols remained, etched in memory, alive in tradition. They whispered through the trees, sang in the winds, and danced in the flickering flames. Each symbol, a thread in an ancient tapestry, wove together the fabric of existence, binding the people to the earth, to each other, and to the cosmos. In this sacred space, where the past and present converged, a deep sense of belonging thrummed in every heart, making it impossible to forget the stories that had shaped their lives. But as the night wore on, a new sense of urgency filled the air. The forest, alive with echoes of the past, seemed to beckon. What lay ahead in the shadows? What truths were waiting to be uncovered? The symbols watched silently, revealing just enough to tease the imagination, igniting an insatiable curiosity that would carry the people into the next chapter of their story. The midnight hour approached, and the air crackled with possibility. In the flickering shadows of a firelight, the air crackled with stories waiting to be told. In ancient times, when humans first gathered to share tales, the night sky would stretch endlessly above them, a canvas of stars painted with the dreams of generations. Among those dreams, animals held a sacred space, bridging the gap between the earthly and the divine, the known and the unknown. They were more than mere creatures. They were vessels of meaning, symbols of power, and guardians of secrets. From the mighty lion, roaring with strength and courage in the tales of African tribes, to the wise owl perched silently in the gnarled branches of European folklore, animals embodied the qualities and lessons that humanity sought to understand. Each creature carried a weight of significance, an essence that stirred emotions deep within the hearts of those who listened. Imagine the tension in the air as a shaman, draped in feathers and painted in earth tones, summoned the spirit of the eagle, a bird that soared high above, a messenger between worlds, imparting wisdom to those who dared to seek it. In every corner of the globe, animals threaded through myths like golden threads in a tapestry. The fox, cunning and quick-witted, whispered secrets through the winds of the Arctic, while the great serpent coiled around the creation stories of Mesoamerica, embodying both danger and renewal. These stories echoed in the hearts of people, igniting fear, admiration, and hope. They spoke of the trials of life, lessons in bravery, and the harsh truths about nature's unpredictable ways. There lay a tension in the story of the wolf, revered in Native American culture as a symbol of loyalty and family. Legends told of a fierce pack that hunted under the pale light of the moon, their howls piercing the night, a reminder of the bond that tied them together. Children listened wide-eyed as their elders recounted tales of the wolf, crafting narratives that shaped their understanding of community, survival, and respect for the wild. These were stories that sent shivers down their spines, binding them to their ancestors and to the land that had nurtured them. And then there were the majestic elephants, revered in Indian mythology, representing wisdom, strength, and the memories of ages past. The revered deity Ganesha, with the head of an elephant, symbolized the remover of obstacles and the harbinger of good fortune. His image brought comfort and hope, a reminder that even the heaviest burdens could be lifted. As the sun would rise to meet the day, villagers would gather to honor this magnificent creature, casting offerings of food and flowers as prayers hung in the air, mingling with the scent of jasmine and sandalwood. In the ancient Egyptian pantheon, the jackal-headed Anubis guarded the threshold between life and death, his presence signaling the fragility of existence. As stories unfolded beneath the desert stars, the weight of mortality pressed down on listeners, the fear of the unknown igniting a fire within them. They learned to honor the animals that walked the earth, for they were not mere companions, but also powerful guides, leading souls toward the afterlife. In every myth, Animals were reflections of humanity's own struggles and triumphs. The tortoise and the hare, forever locked in a race that taught the value of patience and determination, echoed through time, reminding listeners that success was often a slow and steady journey. As laughter mingled with gasps of surprise, the lessons embedded in these tales took root in the minds of those who heard them, transforming simple narratives into profound truths. Far across the seas, in the realm of the Inuit, the story of the raven unfurled, a trickster, a creator, a figure of dual nature. As he stole the sun from the sky, plunging the world into darkness, he reminded humanity of the delicate balance between light and shadow. The tension hung thick in the air as the raven, with his glossy feathers and sharp wit, danced along the edges of chaos and order, teaching lessons that resonated through the ages. Every animal in these myths pulsed with life, embodying the spirit of the earth and its mysteries. They were messengers, guides, and companions, weaving threads of connection among people, nature, and the cosmos. Each story was a heartbeat, a reminder of the sacredness of life, a shared experience that transcended time and culture. The air shimmered with emotion as listeners felt the weight of these tales resting on their shoulders. Honor the earth, respect all creatures, and find wisdom in their ways. In the lore of the ancient Greeks, the cunning fox transformed into a symbol of cleverness, crafting tales that illustrated the sharpness of the mind over brute strength. The tension in these stories sparked debates around campfires, igniting a passion for wit, intelligence, and the art of survival. The fox invited a deeper reflection. How often do we overlook the power of our own minds in the quest for strength? As the night wore on, the stories shifted like the wind, wrapping around the hearts of those gathered. They felt the urgency of a world where animals roamed free, where each creature played a role in the grand narrative of existence. A whisper of longing hung in the air for a time when humanity walked hand in hand with nature, each animal a vital part of a vast interconnected web. But as dawn approached, the shadows of these myths remained, a lingering echo of the past that carried the weight of lessons unlearned. Tension swirled in the air, a reminder that the stories of animals were not just tales for children, but vital truths resonating through every culture, each myth a thread in the fabric of human experience. As the fire crackled to embers, the yearning for connection, understanding, and respect for all living beings became palpable. The tales would continue, weaving seamlessly into the next chapter, waiting for the next soul to listen, to reflect, and to remember. The stories lived on, suspended in time, shaping futures yet to be written, ensuring that the significance of animals in myths would never fade away. In the dim light of dawn, a figure stands at the edge of an ancient forest, the trees like silent sentinels, cloaked in mist. The air is thick with an electric tension, a prelude to something sacred and powerful. The shaman, draped in furs and adorned with feathers, raises a hand, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. This moment is not just a ritual, it's a connection to the past, a communion with the spirits that have wandered these lands long before humanity carved its mark upon them. In the Baltic region, where the winds whisper tales of old, shamanism weaves through traditions like a vibrant thread in a tapestry. It is not merely a practice, it is a way of life, interlaced with the beliefs and dreams of the people. Long ago, the shamans were revered as healers and guides, individuals who walked between worlds, bridging the seen and the unseen. They were the keepers of wisdom, their voices rising like smoke from the fires of ancient rituals. When sickness struck, when love was lost, or when guidance was needed, it was to the shaman that the people turned, seeking answers from the spirits that roamed the shadows. In this mystical landscape, nature itself was alive and brimming with spirits. Rivers flowed with the laughter of ancient beings, while mountains stood guard, watching over the secrets of the earth. The shamans understood this language of the land. They listened to the rustling leaves, the calls of birds, and the murmurs of the wind. Each sound held meaning, a forgotten melody that only the shaman could interpret. It was in this communion that healing took place, where the body and soul found solace together. Rituals were not merely performances, they were acts of profound significance. Around flickering fires, communities gathered, their faces illuminated by the glow as the shaman danced and chanted, inviting the spirits to join them. The air crackled with anticipation, and each note sung was a plea, a cry for assistance or understanding. The beat of the drum sent shivers down spines, a heartbeat that resonated with the very essence of life itself. In those moments, fear melted away, and a sense of belonging surged through the crowd, binding them to one another and to the earth. Through the ages, the world around the Baltic people shifted and changed. Invaders arrived, bringing their own beliefs and customs, yet the core of shamanic practice endured. In the face of foreign pressures, the shamans remained resilient, their spirits unyielding. They became guardians of tradition, preserving age-old rituals that whispered of courage and connection. The legend of the forest spirits, known as the Loams, served as a reminder of this resilience. These nurturing figures, often depicted as beautiful women, were believed to guide and protect those who respected the natural world. They were not just figments of imagination, they were embodiments of the spirit of the land, calling out to those who would listen. The shamans often sought their favor, offering gifts of song, dance, and food, ensuring harmony between the human world and the spirit realm. Yet not all encounters were gentle. The paths of the shaman could lead to darkness. Spirits could be capricious, demanding respect and sacrifice. When a village faced misfortune, crops failing, livestock dying, or sickness spreading, the shaman would undergo a harrowing journey into the spirit world. They would engage in a dance with fate, invoking the support of benevolent spirits while confronting malevolent forces. This was not a journey for the faint-hearted. It required a fierce spirit, an unwavering belief in their power to bring balance. As night fell and the stars twinkled above, the shaman held sacred objects, each imbued with history and meaning. Bone, stone, and wood formed talismans that connected them to their ancestors, whispers from the past, guiding their every move. With a deep breath, they summoned the spirits, their voices rising in a haunting melody that echoed through the trees, mingling with the howls of wolves and the rustling of leaves. The night became alive, a living canvas painted with the emotions of generations gone by. The connection between the shaman and the community was profound. When the shaman spoke, it was not just words, it was the voice of the land, a call to unity, a reminder of shared fate. During times of strife, rituals turned into communal ceremonies, each member contributing their energy, their hopes, and their fears. As they joined hands, the very fabric of their existence intertwined, creating a strength that could withstand any storm. But outside forces began to encroach further into these sacred spaces. The rise of organized religions brought scrutiny upon the ancient practices. Yet, Even as the world modernized, the echoes of shamanism lingered in the hearts of the people. The stories of the shamans were whispered in hushed tones, passed from generation to generation, igniting a flicker of rebellion against the tides of change. In this hidden corner of the world, the legacy of the shamans endured, a reminder of the sacred connection to the earth and to one another. The moment arrived when the shaman, now with age etched in every line of their face, prepared for one last ceremony. The villagers gathered, their eyes filled with anticipation and reverence. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting to witness the culmination of a lifetime of wisdom. As the beat of the drum reverberated through the night, the shaman began their dance, a powerful connection to the spirits that had guided them through the years. The air shimmered with energy, and for a brief moment, time ceased to exist, a testament to the enduring power of shamanism in Baltic traditions, where the past, present, and future united in a harmonious embrace. The beat quickened, and as the dance approached its crescendo, the boundary between the realms began to dissolve. The spirits stirred, a whispered promise of continuity, of an unbroken link that would extend far beyond that night. The villagers, hearts pounding in unison, felt the shifting of energies, the awakening of their ancestors, and the pulse of their shared history. It was a moment of both culmination and new beginnings, a reminder that while the shaman's journey may conclude, the spirit of their teachings would forever echo through the lives of those who dared to listen. In the depths of a mist-laden forest, where the shadows dance and the whispers of ancient spirits linger, a tale unfolds, one woven from threads of myth and memory. The Baltic lands, kissed by the cold winds of the sea and cradled by the embrace of towering trees, hold within them the stories of a people whose roots stretch back into the very fabric of time. Here, in this land of fabled beauty, the origins of the Baltic peoples awaken like the first light of dawn, flickering through the fog of history. Long ago, before the first ships cut through the icy waters of the Baltic Sea, before the first settlements took shape on its shores, there existed a world steeped in magic. The air was thick with the scent of pine, and the sound of ancient songs reverberated through the woods. It was a time when the sun and moon were not mere celestial bodies, but powerful deities that guided the lives of those who dwelt below. The people of this land were not just survivors. They were woven into the very essence of the earth, their stories intertwined with the forces of nature. From the tales passed down through generations, one figure stood tall, a symbol of strength and wisdom, the goddess Laima. She was the weaver of fate, a luminous being who spun the threads of life with her delicate fingers. The Baltic peoples believed that she had the power to shape destinies, intertwining the lives of men and women with the rhythm of the universe. When the sun rose, casting rays of golden light upon the earth, it was Laima's blessing that filled the hearts of the people with hope and purpose. Under her watchful gaze, the early tribes thrived, finding solace in the knowledge that their lives were part of a grander tapestry. The stories of Laima and her kin were not merely tales for the fireside. They were the very marrow of life, imparting lessons on love, courage, and the delicate balance of existence. As the seasons turned, so too did the fortunes of the people. When winter's chill gripped the land, they huddled together, sharing not just warmth, but the strength of their shared beliefs. In the depths of those long nights, they told stories of their ancestors, of warriors who had once roamed the land, fierce and fearless. Each tale sparked a flame of pride, a reminder that their lineage was forged in the fires of resilience. However, Darkness loomed on the horizon. From the east, marauding tribes cast their eyes upon the rich lands of the Baltics, hungry for conquest and power. The air grew thick with tension, and the people sensed the approaching storm. Legends tell of a great warrior named Vetus, a figure revered not only for his strength in battle, but for his unwavering spirit. As the enemy approached, he rallied the tribes, invoking the strength of their ancestors. With a roar that shook the very trees, he led his people into battle, fighting not just for land, but for the soul of their culture. As arrows flew and swords clashed, the cries of warriors filled the air, a symphony of defiance against the tide of invaders. The Baltic peoples, united by their love for the land and their rich heritage, fought with a ferocity born from centuries of tradition. In those moments of chaos, the very essence of their identity shone brightly, illuminating the darkness with the fire of their spirit. Vitus, a beacon in the storm, became a legend that would echo through time, his name whispered in reverence long after the dust of battle had settled. But the struggle was not merely against foes with swords and shields. The encroaching influence of foreign beliefs began to seep into their way of life. The enchanting tales of Laima faced challenges from new gods, foreign to the hearts of the Baltic peoples. Some turned away from their ancestors, drawn to the shimmering allure of change, while others clung fiercely to their traditions, fearing the loss of their spirit. The tensions sparked a cultural revolution, a battle fought not just in the fields, but within the hearts of the people. As whispers of old gods faded in the winds, a new voice emerged, one that spoke of unity and resilience. The figure of Perkunas, the storm god, rose to prominence, embodying the power of nature and the unyielding force of thunder. His presence became a rallying cry for those who sought to preserve their roots against the tide of change. The clash of beliefs mirrored the tumultuous skies as storms rolled across the land, reminding everyone of the strength that lay within the heart of the Baltic peoples. In the shadows of this conflict, the bond between nature and humanity remained a central theme. The forests, lakes, and rivers were not merely resources. They were sacred spaces imbued with the spirit of the ancestors. Rituals steeped in tradition took place to honor the land and its gifts. The people danced under the moonlight, their voices rising in harmony with the rustling leaves, echoing the prayers of their forebears. Each act of reverence was a reminder that they were not alone. The spirits of those who had walked before them were ever present, guiding their steps through the fog of uncertainty. As the centuries rolled on, the world changed endlessly. Empires rose and fell. Yet, the mythical origins of the Baltic peoples persisted, a testament to their resilience and adaptability. The stories evolved, but the essence remained, a warm ember in the chill of change. The songs of Laima and Vetus, of Perkunas and the spirits of the land, became the lifeblood of a people determined to remember. And so, the tapestry of their history continued to weave itself, threads binding together the past and present, enemies and allies, joy and sorrow. The Baltic peoples stood at a crossroads where the weight of history bore down upon them, yet the flicker of hope glimmered in the distance, a promise that their legacy would endure, unbroken, echoing through the ages. Time in Baltic cosmology is not merely a line stretching from past to future. It is a living tapestry, woven from the very fabric of nature, spirit, and existence. Picture a vast forest under a blanket of stars, where the moon hangs low, casting silver light on ancient oaks. Each tree, gnarled and twisted, has witnessed countless seasons, each leaf a whisper of stories untold. This is where time breathes, where it dances, and where it quietly embraces everything. The Balts had a unique relationship with time, one that danced between the cyclical and the linear. They understood the seasons not just as changes in weather, but as sacred phases in a grand cycle of life and death. Spring was the awakening of the world, a time for rebirth and renewal. Summer brought forth the ripeness of life, a season of abundance where laughter rang through fields of golden wheat. Autumn whispered tales of harvest and reflection, while winter draped a solemn veil over the land, marking a time for introspection and rest. This cyclical view was a heartbeat, a rhythm that resonated in the souls of the people. The ancients believed that the spirit of time itself was personified, residing in the goddess Lima. She was not just a goddess of fate, but also of fortune, love, and destiny. Her presence was felt in every significant moment, from birth to death, and every chance encounter in between. The Balts honored her through rituals, asking for her blessing as they wove their lives into the fabric of the cosmos. To them, time was not a tyrant that demanded adherence. It was a nurturing mother that cradled them in her arms, guiding them through the labyrinth of existence. Yet, there was a tension in this understanding. The Balts recognized the fragility of life, the fleeting nature of moments that slipped through fingers like grains of sand. They spoke of time as an ocean, vast and deep, with its waves crashing against the shores of human experience. Each wave held a memory, a heartbeat, a sigh. Yet, the crashing waves of the present could easily drown out the whispers of the past. As twilight fell in a small Baltic village, a gathering of elders would often sit around a fire, their faces illuminated by dancing flames. They would share stories, their voices quivering with emotion as they recalled the lives of ancestors who walked the same paths, who felt the same joys and sorrows. Time became palpable in these moments, each story a thread binding the present to the past, reminding them that they were not alone. The crackling fire mirrored the warmth of their shared history, a poignant revelation that time was a bridge, not a barrier. On the other hand, moments of struggle and hardship surged like storms on that vast ocean. There were tales of battles fought under the gloomy skies, of families torn apart, and of love lost in the winds of change. The Balts understood that time could be both a healer and a thief. They honored the dark moments, believing that even in sorrow, there was a lesson, a chance for growth. The cycles of life and death were not merely to be endured. They were to be embraced, for each ending paved the way for a new beginning. As the seasons turned, the lives of the Balts intertwined with the cosmos. They aligned their activities with the rhythms of nature, the planting of seeds with the first crocus blooming, and the harvesting during the peak of summer. Their festivals celebrated these cycles, resonating with the pulse of the earth. The ancient song of the harvest echoed through the fields, a melody that transcended time, as voices rose in unison, capturing the essence of gratitude and joy. But amid this harmony, there existed a profound respect for the unknown. The Balts believed in the concept of no time, a state where past, present, and future converged into a singular moment of existence. This was a sacred space where the spirit world intertwined with the physical, a place where one could catch a glimpse of eternity. It was said that during the solstices, the veil between these worlds thinned, allowing for communion with ancestors, a chance to seek wisdom from those who had come before. The rituals performed during these times were laden with emotion, a tapestry of hope and longing. The people would gather at sacred sites, their hearts pounding with anticipation as they lit candles, their flickering flames drawing spirits closer. The air would be thick with incense, each scent a portal to memory, connecting them to their lineage, to the very essence of who they were. As night fell, stories of old would emerge, carried by the wind, wrapping around their souls like a warm embrace. Here, time was not a linear journey, but a sacred communion, echoing with the voices of generations. In the quiet moments, when the world held its breath, they could feel the weight of existence pressing upon them. Every heartbeat echoed the passage of time, a reminder that they were part of something greater. The stars twinkled above, a celestial reminder that the past was written in the sky, a silent witness to the lives lived below. As the night deepened, the stories faded into whispers, but the essence of time lingered like the scent of pine in the cool air. The elders would gaze into the fire, their eyes reflecting the dancing flames, aware that this was not the end. Time, in its beautiful complexity, would continue to unfold, a continuum that connected them to the land, their ancestors, and the cosmos. And as they returned to their homes beneath that canopy of stars, they carried with them the weight of time, a living legacy, a force that shaped their lives, intertwined with the breath of the universe. In this connection, the Balts found solace, knowing that they were woven into the grand mosaic of existence, each moment, each breath, a testament to the beauty and fragility of life. And as dawn broke, casting golden light on the dew-kissed earth, they embraced the promise of a new day, ready to weave their stories into the ever-unfolding tapestry of time. The air crackled with anticipation, a palpable energy that surged through the crowd like electric current. Lanterns flickered, casting warm golden light that danced along the faces of the gathered. Children giggled, their eyes wide with wonder, while elders whispered ancient blessings, their voices carrying the weight of centuries. Under the watchful gaze of the full moon, a festival was about to begin, a celebration woven into the fabric of time itself, connecting the living to the divine. In every corner of the world, festivals erupt like wildflowers in spring, each a vivid tapestry of culture, history, and ritual. In the bustling streets of Varanasi, the Ganga Dussehra draws thousands to its banks. As the sun rises, the river shines like molten gold, reflecting the prayers of millions. The scent of marigolds fills the air, their bright orange hues symbolizing purity and devotion. People gather, hands cupped, releasing tiny paper boats adorned with flickering candles. Watching those boats drift away is like witnessing hopes and dreams float into the universe, a silent request answered by the goddess Ganga herself. Across the ocean in Rio de Janeiro, the carnival explodes in a riot of color and sound, where samba rhythms pulse like a heartbeat. The streets become a canvas for joy, a celebration of life and liberation. Dancers clad in feathers and sequins move with a grace that feels otherworldly, their laughter ringing like bells. Each performance is an offering to the Orishas, the deities of African heritage, inviting the divine to join the revelry. The spirit of unity envelops everyone, a reminder that in the face of adversity, joy is a powerful form of resistance. In the heart of the Andes, the Inti Raymi festival awakens the sun god, Inti, with fire and fervor. As the sun rises over the ancient city of Cusco, the air vibrates with the sound of pan flutes and drums. Men wearing colorful ponchos and women adorned with intricate textiles gather to reenact the rituals of their ancestors. The Inca had believed that the sun was the giver of life, and this festival celebrates that connection. Smoke rises from offerings of llama meat and chicha, fermented corn drink, a way for the people to share their gratitude with the cosmos. In Japan, the cherry blossoms bloom in a breathtaking cascade of pink, signaling the arrival of Hanami. Families and friends gather beneath these ethereal trees, celebrating not only the beauty of nature, but also the fleeting nature of life itself. It is a moment of reflection, a time to honor ancestors and acknowledge the cycle of existence. As laughter mingles with the soft rustling of petals, one can almost hear the whispers of those who have come before, reminding the living of their place in the grand tapestry of time. Meanwhile, in the deserts of Rajasthan, the Pushkar Camel Fair transforms a quiet town into a vibrant hub of life and spirituality. For centuries, traders have gathered here, but it is the ritualistic aspect that resonates. Pilgrims flock to the sacred Pushkar Lake, believed to cleanse the soul. The sounds of bells and chants fill the air as devotees take a dip, their bodies rising from the water, like phoenixes reborn. Each splash resonates with centuries of faith, an echo of longing, connection, and celebration. And then, there's the quiet power of the winter solstice celebrations across cultures. From Stonehenge in England to ancient Native American sites, people gather to mark the longest night of the year. In the flickering glow of bonfires, they share stories of hope and renewal, gratitude for what has been, and dreams for what is to come. As the sun rises on the horizon, a collective breath is held and then released in a chorus of cheers. It's a moment that transcends time, a reminder that from darkness emerges light, a cycle that connects them all. In these moments, the divine is tangible. It can be felt in the laughter, the tears, and the songs sung in unison. Each festival is a heartbeat in the history of humanity, a reminder of the shared spirit that binds people together, regardless of distance or time. As the drums beat louder, the energy swells, transcending the mundane and touching the sacred. The physical world slips away, leaving only the essence of connection, a bridge to the divine that exists beyond words and rituals. Yet festivals are not only joyous celebrations, they also carry the weight of sacrifice and remembrance. At the Day of the Dead in Mexico, altars are adorned with marigolds, sugar skulls, and photos of loved ones. Families gather not in sorrow, but in vibrant celebration of life, inviting the spirits to join in the dance of the living. The air is laden with the scent of pan de muerto, a sweet bread shaped like bones, an offering to those who have crossed over. Here, the boundary between life and death blurs, creating a sacred space where the past, present, and future intermingle. Rituals are often born from the ashes of history, each one a flicker of light in the never-ending darkness of loss and longing. In the fires of these celebrations, people find hope, not just for themselves, but for the world at large. The sounds of laughter, the warmth of embracing arms, the sharing of food, all these elements weave a protective quilt around humanity, reminding each soul of its worth, its purpose. As the seasons change, so do the festivals, ebbing and flowing like the tides. Each one serves as a reminder to look up at the stars and remember that they are more than mere mortals. They are threads in a grand design, each woven with intention and love. With each festival, the earth spins on, and the divine whispers promises in the wind. The energy of the past fuels the present, and every ritual is an invitation to feel deeply, to connect with one another, and with something greater. In these gatherings, the world breathes as one, a unison of hearts, a symphony of souls. As the sun sets once again, the stars shimmer with ancient stories waiting to be told. The festival may end, but the echo of its celebration lingers, a spark in the darkness, igniting a flame of hope that can never be extinguished. It is this connection, this powerful sensation of belonging, that transcends all barriers, reminding people that they are not alone. The dance continues, the drums beat on, and the stories weave together, a thread that ties the past to the present, pulling everyone forward into a shared destiny. On stormy nights, when the wind howls and the trees bend like ancient warriors, the Baltic lands whisper their tales of dread. Shadows stretch and twist, forming figures that dance in the flickering light of a fire. Such nights carry stories of malevolence, rooted deep in the soil, where every stone has its own dark tale. In the Baltic mythology, evil is not just an abstract concept. It has a face, a presence that lurks in the corners of existence. The ancient peoples believed in a rich tapestry of gods and spirits, where light and darkness were locked in an eternal struggle. Yet, it was the dark figures that often captured imaginations, instilling both fear and reverence. In this world, the infamous figure of Lauma stands tall, a spirit whose beauty masks a heart full of malice. With her flowing hair and enchanting voice, she lured many a wayward traveler into the depths of the forest, never to be seen again. The stories told around crackling fires featured her as a seducer of souls, a reminder of how alluring evil can be, cloaked in a silken veil. The tales didn't stop there. Dread seeped from the earth itself in the form of Aitvaras, a dragon-like creature believed to steal treasure and spread misfortune. Its fiery breath set fields ablaze, ruining crops and bringing famine to the land. Villagers whispered of the Aitvaras in hushed tones, warning their children of the lurking terror that could come from the shadows, lurking just beyond the safety of the hearth. Each story turned into a lesson, a cautionary tale that echoed through generations, shaping how communities viewed the unseen forces that existed in the world around them. But the most chilling of all was Paskudnis, a spirit of mischief and chaos, thought to bring sickness and despair. Legends spoke of his haunting laugh, a sound that echoed through the night, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. He was not merely a figure of folklore. He represented the unpredictability of life itself. People feared his touch, for it was said that he could turn good fortune into ruin with a mere flick of his wrist. The presence of Paskudnis loomed over the Baltic lands, a reminder that evil could strike when least expected, testing the very fabric of their lives. In each myth, there lay a profound truth. Evil was not merely a force to be fought against. It was a reflection of human fears, desires, and the very nature of existence. The Balts understood that to confront evil was to confront their own shadows. They made offerings to appease the spirits, hoping to secure protection from the darkness that threatened to engulf them. The rituals were filled with fervent prayers and offerings of food or drink, performed under the veil of night, each one a desperate plea for mercy. The flickering candles in the dark became beacons of hope against the overwhelming tide of despair. As the stories traveled from generation to generation, they grew richer in detail, each retelling adding layers of complexity. The villagers would gather, children wide-eyed, clinging to their parents, as elders recounted the deeds of those who faced the dark forces. tales of valor intertwined with the fate of those who fell victim to evil's allure. The boundaries between good and evil blurred, creating a tapestry woven with threads of fear, courage, and an insatiable curiosity about the unknown. A chill ran through the trees as the tales of the past took on a life of their own. The night brought with it the memories of lost souls, of lives intertwined with the sinister expressions of fate. The dark figures in Baltic mythology moved beyond the realm of stories, becoming part of the very air breathed by the people. Their presence felt in every rustle of leaves and every gust of wind. In the quiet corners of homes, candles burned low as families whispered prayers to ward off the evil that may be hovering just beyond the threshold. They believed that a single flickering flame could keep the darkness at bay. The stories lived not just in the telling, but in the very fabric of their lives, shaping their traditions, their fears, and their hopes. It was a dance of light and shadow, where every flicker of flame was a heartbeat against the overwhelming silence of night. Through the lens of Baltic mythology, evil was not simply defeated, it was acknowledged, feared, and ultimately understood. The darkness was a necessary counterpart to the light, each giving definition to the other. The balance shaped reality in a way that allowed communities to thrive amidst the chaos. As the stories wrapped around the hearts of those who listened, they served as a guide, helping them navigate the treacherous waters of existence where both beauty and terror coexisted. The sound of thunder rumbled in the distance, and the wind carried the whispers of ancient spirits through the trees. With every crack of lightning illuminating the sky, the stories of Lauma, Aitvaras, and Paskudnis seemed to leap from the pages of history, breathing life into the present. Each flicker of light and shadow spoke of the struggle that lay within every heart, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the stories of old could offer both dread and deliverance. And so, the night continued, the tales weaving through the air like a haunting melody, binding all who listened together in a shared understanding of their own fragility. The dance of good and evil played on, an eternal echo of what it meant to be human, fearful, hopeful, and irrevocably tied to the narratives that shape their lives. In a small village nestled between towering forests and shimmering lakes, the air was thick with the whispers of ancient stories. Elders gathered around flickering fires, their faces etched with lines of wisdom, sharing tales that danced between the realms of reality and myth. Each story was a thread in the vibrant tapestry of Baltic culture, filled with gods, spirits, and creatures that lingered in the shadows of the night. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the echoes of a time when the world was alive with magic. As the flames crackled, the villagers leaned in closer. They spoke of Laima, the goddess of fate, who guided the paths of every soul. Her delicate fingers wove the threads of destiny, deciding who would prosper and who would struggle. A hush fell over the crowd as a shiver of fear and reverence crept through them. Laima was not just a deity, she was a force, powerful and unyielding. The villagers felt her presence in every harvest, in every birth, and even in the quiet moments of despair. Then came the tales of Perkunas, the thunder god, his fierce spirit embodied in the crack of lightning and the roar of thunder. The men spoke with pride of his battles against the darkness, the evil forces embodied by the serpent-like creature, the Velnias. The tension in the air crackled like electricity. It was said that when Perkunas struck down Velnias, the skies would open and rain would fall, a blessing from the heavens. In that moment, the villagers felt an exhilaration that coursed through their veins, the thrill of believing they were part of a grand, cosmic struggle. Art was their companion on this journey of belief. Ancient carvings adorned wooden beams, each swirl and curve telling a story of gods and mythical beasts. The motifs danced across surfaces, breathing life into the walls of homes and sacred spaces. A wooden figure of a horse, symbolic of strength and journey, stood proudly in the center of the village. Its mane intricately carved to mirror the wild winds that swept through the fields. The villagers honored this artistry, each piece a reminder of their connection to the divine. The women spoke of the water spirits, the nymphs, who stirred within the depths of lakes, their laughter echoing through the trees. The villagers believed these ethereal beings could grant wishes or bring forth misfortune. A chill ran down their spines as they recalled tales of lost travelers who'd wandered too close to the water's edge, lured by the enchanting songs. The mysterious allure of the nymphs filled the air with a potent mix of fascination and fear. Their beauty, a double-edged sword. In the flickering light, the stories blended together, creating a rich mosaic of myth. A legendary hero, armed with courage and wisdom, journeyed through treacherous landscapes to confront a dragon that guarded the secrets of the world. The villagers felt their hearts race as they envisioned the hero's trials. The burning flames, the fierce winds, the palpable tension of impending confrontation. Each retelling heightened the drama, the stakes growing ever higher, the outcome uncertain. As night fell, the atmosphere shifted. The tales grew darker, filled with warnings of the otherworldly. The forest loomed at the edge of the village, a place where spirits roamed, and the divide between the living and the dead blurred. The elders spoke of Rue, the spirit of the forest, who demanded respect from those who dared tread her domain. Her eyes glimmered like stars among the trees, watching, waiting. The villagers understood that the forest was not just a backdrop, it was alive, a character in their narrative that could bestow blessings or curses. The audience gasped as a story unfolded about a brave maiden who ventured into the woods to seek Ruga's wisdom. Time seemed to stand still. They pictured her, stepping lightly, her heart pounding against her chest, surrounded by whispers of the unseen. As she approached a towering oak, the air shimmered with anticipation, and the villagers held their breath, their emotions intertwining with the heroine's fate. Would she emerge victorious, or would she vanish into the depths of the forest's embrace? As dawn broke, the villagers would remember the stories and the emotions they ignited. Each myth was a thread woven into their lives, connecting them to their ancestors and the natural world around them. The sun spilled golden light over the land, illuminating the carvings that lined their homes, each one a testament to a past filled with wonder and mystery. The motifs of their culture would continue to inspire, leaving an indelible mark on generations to come. The stories lingered, echoing in their minds as life continued in the village. They held on to the magic of the night, a powerful reminder of who they were and where they came from. The myths became a part of their daily lives, influencing their choices and shaping their identities. The struggle between light and dark, the dance of fate, and the beauty of the unknown remained within them, igniting a flicker of hope and courage that would never fade. With each passing season, the villagers would gather again, spilling forth new tales, new emotions, and new connections to their rich heritage. The motifs of their mythology lived on, whispering through the trees, sparkling in the lakes, and resonating in the hearts of those who dared to listen. The enchantment of Baltic art and literature continued to breathe life into the present, a testament to the timeless power of storytelling and the profound connections between humanity and the world around them. The air crackled with anticipation as the flickering flames of the bonfire danced in rhythm with the pounding of drums. Shadows leapt across the faces of the gathered people, their eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and wonder. In that moment, music and dance transcended mere entertainment. They became the very fabric of life, a conduit through which the divine touched the human realm. From ancient caves where the first flickers of creativity ignited, to grand temples echoing with the chants of priests, this sacred art form held the power to weave stories that transcended time. In every corner of the world, music and dance were not just expressions of joy, but essential threads in the tapestry of mythology. The Greeks, with their grand theaters and epic tales, believed that music was a gift from the gods. Orpheus, the legendary musician, could charm the stones and coax the trees to weep with his lyre. His melodies were so potent that they could even sway the hearts of the dead. The myth told of his descent into the underworld, where his music created a bridge between life and death. It was through rhythm and melody that he pleaded for his beloved Eurydice, embodying the idea that music could conquer the deepest of sorrows. In the land of the Nile, the Egyptians understood the magnetic pull of sound and movement. Their rituals often involved music as a way to communicate with the divine. The goddess Hathor, both a deity of love and joy, was often depicted playing the harp, her tunes inviting the spirits to partake in the celebrations of life and death alike. Dancers, adorned in shimmering fabrics and adorned with jewels, moved to the thumping beats, their bodies telling stories of creation, fertility, and the eternal cycle of the sun. Each sway of their hips echoed the rhythm of the universe, creating a spiritual connection that resonated in the hearts of the onlookers. Across the seas, in the vast lands of the Americas, music and dance held an equally powerful grip on the souls of the people. The Native American tribes used songs and dances to honor the earth, the sky, and the spirits that walked among them. The powwow, a gathering that celebrates culture and heritage, vibrated with the sound of drums, each beat echoing the heartbeat of Mother Earth. Tales of the trickster, like coyote or raven, spun through the air, woven through melodies that told of wisdom and folly, life and death. As dancers moved in circles, their feet barely touching the ground, they became vessels for the spirits, channeling the ancient stories into modern times. But it was not just a matter of culture, it was survival. In Africa, the rhythmic pulse of drums served as a form of communication, a way to unite people across vast distances. The beat would travel through the trees, across the savannas, calling the warriors to arms or celebrating the harvest. The dance became a ritual of strength, a circle of life where every movement symbolized the unity of the tribe. The lion's roar and the elephant's stomp could be felt in the hearts of those who danced, reminding them of their connection to nature and each other. In the icy expanses of the north, the Sami people sang their joiks, haunting melodies that spoke of the land, their ancestors, and the spirits of the reindeer. The snow-covered landscape would vibrate with their voices, echoing the stories of generations past. Each note carried the weight of history, a reminder of where they came from and the spirits that guided them. Dance was not just for celebration, it was a connection to the earth, the stars, and the very essence of life itself. Across the ocean in the world of the Celts, music and dance were woven into the fabric of storytelling. The bards, with their lutes and harps, would spin tales of heroes and gods, their songs igniting the imaginations of all who listened. Dances, often performed in circles, celebrated the cycles of nature and the changing of the seasons. The firelight flickered like the spirit of the past, each movement a tribute to the gods who watched over them. The rhythm of the drums would build, drawing the people into a trance, where they could feel the presence of their ancestors guiding their feet. In the shadows of the great temples of India, the classical dance forms such as Bharatanatyam and Kathak flourished, telling stories of gods and goddesses through intricate movements and expressive gestures. Each performance was a sacred offering, a way to invoke the divine and convey the essence of existence. The dancers, with their painted faces and ornate costumes, became living sculptures, embodying the narratives of creation, love, and the eternal battle between good and evil. The music soared, entwining with the rhythm of the dancers' hearts, transcending the physical and reaching into the soul's deepest desires. As the drums echoed and the flames crackled, it became clear that music and dance were more than art. They were lifelines connecting humanity to the cosmos. Each culture, in its own unique way, celebrated existence through these expressions, weaving a rich tapestry of shared experience across the ages. Each note played, every step danced, resonated with a deep-seated understanding of the human condition, reflecting our fears, joys, and aspirations. And as the night deepened, the stories continued to unfold around the fire, a seamless transition from one mythology to the next, each rhythm binding the community tighter, echoing across the ages. The world seemed to pulse with a collective heartbeat, where every melody and every step was a reminder of the interconnectedness of life itself. The energy of the moment surged, spiraling into a crescendo that threatened to break the boundaries of time, leaving the audience entranced, yearning for the next chapter in the endless narrative of music and dance in mythology. The mist hung low over the dense forests of the Baltic region, a whispering shroud that wrapped around ancient trees and concealed the echoes of long-forgotten voices. Here, in this haunting landscape, stories lingered in the air, like the distant call of a nightingale, each note weaving a tapestry of myths that had survived the test of time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the darkening woods, one couldn't shake the feeling that something mysterious was lurking just beneath the surface of these age-old tales. In the shadows of history, the Baltic myths spoke of gods and goddesses, of nature's fury and the rhythms of life. But what lay behind these enchanting stories? What threads of language connected the people to their past, binding them to their beliefs and traditions? These linguistic echoes served as a bridge, stretching from the present into the depths of ancient times. The subtle nuances of language became clues, revealing a world that resonated with emotion and unyielding spirit. Take, for instance, the word Dievas, the name used for the supreme god in various Baltic languages. Its roots reached deep into the soil of Proto-Indo-European, creating a familial link with the divine. This wasn't just a name, it was a whisper from the past that resonated with the fierce pride of a people who revered their gods as guardians of their lands. The very sound of Dievas pulsed with a sense of power, as if the spirit of the land itself vibrated in harmony with it. Legends tell of Perkunas, the thunder god, whose voice rolled like a tempest across the sky. His name, steeped in linguistic richness, carried a weight that evoked images of stormy nights when the heavens clashed and nature displayed its might. The very syllables felt alive, crackling with energy, as though the storms themselves were summoned forth at the utterance of his name. To the ancient Balts, he was not merely a deity, but the embodiment of life's turbulent essence, a force to be summoned, feared, and respected. As the tales unfolded, the language revealed how these beliefs shaped the lives of the people. The word augalas, meaning growth, resonated with the heartbeat of the forest, the pulse of the earth. It reflected the cyclical nature of existence, where death and rebirth danced in a delicate balance. The farmers, the gatherers, and the storytellers all felt this connection, their lives entwined with the rhythm of the seasons. Even today, the echoes of this word can be felt in the laughter of children playing in sun-drenched fields, a timeless link to the past that stirs the soul. Then there were the creatures of legend, like the infamous Ragana, a figure who danced on the edge of shadow and light. Her name, steeped in mystery, hinted at witchcraft and wisdom, revealing a duality that was both feared and revered. The tales of Ragana spoke of women who wielded knowledge like a shield, fiercely guarding the secrets of herbs and potions. Their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves. They were the healers, the seers, the ones who understood the language of the world around them. As one listened closely, the words seemed to pulse with life. Naringa, a name that conjured images of the sand dunes along the Curonian Spit, whispered of the great goddess who created the land. The stories of her beauty and strength were etched into the very fabric of the region. Her essence lingered in the salty air and the rhythm of the waves crashing against the shore, a reminder of the power that nature held over humanity, a force that could create as easily as it could destroy. When the evening shadows deepened, the ancient tales took on a haunting quality. The words, rich with meaning, became a tapestry of emotion. The stories of Luga, the river goddess, flowed with tenderness and strength. Lugos, meaning to flow, captured the essence of life's journey, winding through valleys and over rocks, a symbol of resilience and endurance that echoed through time. The river nourished the land, just as the stories nourished the souls of those who told them, binding communities together in shared belief and wonder. Then came the bittersweet tales of the dead and the afterlife, where words like Vilinii stirred emotions, wrapping around the heart like a cloak. These rituals were steeped in language, and the very act of remembering became a sacred duty. The names of the departed, spoken softly in the twilight, carried a sense of reverence that transcended the veil between life and death. It was a reminder that while bodies may fade, the essence of existence remained vibrant in the stories passed down through generations. As the night grew darker, it became clear that language was not just a tool for communication. It was a living entity, an emotional thread that connected the past to the present. The Baltic myths, rich with linguistic heritage, were a lifeline, a way for the people to preserve their identity, to honor their ancestors, and to navigate the complexities of life. With every word, every story, the past breathed life into the present, creating a bridge that spanned across time. And with the dawn of a new day on the horizon, the anticipation hung in the air, like an electric charge, the promise of more tales yet to unfold. What whispers would emerge from the depths of history? What emotions would surface as the linguistics of the ancient world continued to unveil their mysteries? The stories of the Baltic lingered, ready to weave their magic anew, each word a beacon guiding the way forward into the shadows and the light, forever capturing the essence of human experience. In the dim light of dawn, as the first rays of the sun spilled golden warmth across the misty fields of Latvia. A whisper floated through the air, an echo of ancient tales that once danced on the lips of the old. A man stood on the edge of a forest, heart pounding with the memories of a world long past. He felt it, the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, resonating with the stories of gods and spirits that once roamed these lands. This was no ordinary morning. It was a moment where history and myth intertwined, stirring something deep within. Baltic mythology, steeped in the rich tapestry of ancient beliefs, had long been overshadowed by the march of modernity. Yet, a resurgence had begun, a rekindling of interest that swept like a fresh breeze through the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Communities were awakening to the wisdom of their ancestors, a collective yearning to reclaim their roots and understand the world around them through the lens of their heritage. Long before the comfort of scientific explanations dominated the human mind, the people of the Baltics turned to the skies, the forests, and the rivers for answers. They believed in the presence of deities that watched over them, spirits that guarded the forests, and forces that shaped their very existence. Perkunas, the god of thunder, commanded respect with his fierce storms, while Laima, the goddess of fate, spun the threads of destiny with delicate hands. These figures were not mere symbols. They were the heartbeat of a culture, guiding the lives of those who honored them. As modern scholars began to sift through the layers of these ancient beliefs, they uncovered a treasure trove of stories and rituals. Each myth was like a shimmering gemstone, waiting to be polished and shared with a new generation. The tales of the water nymphs, known as undines, emerged from the depths of history, their enchanting songs weaving a spell of mystery and allure. People were reminded that the rivers were alive, that nature itself was brimming with spirit, deserving of reverence and care. Festivals began to flourish again, where the old songs echoed under the starlit sky, and the air buzzed with the laughter of children, learning the stories of their ancestors. The rituals that once bound communities together were being revived, not merely as a nod to the past, but as a celebration of identity and belonging. This reclamation of mythology was not just an intellectual pursuit, it was a profound emotional journey that connected people to their roots, evoking a sense of pride and unity. In the heart of these celebrations, the stories of the sun and moon emerged as symbols of balance and harmony. The sun, represented by Sol, was revered as the giver of life, illuminating the darkest corners of existence. Meanwhile, the moon was linked to Menuo, a gentle guardian of dreams and secrets. These celestial figures served as a reminder of the duality present in all things: light and darkness, joy and sorrow, life and death. It was a dance of opposites, beautifully woven into the fabric of human experience. But as the myths were revived, so too were the tensions of modern life brought into the light. The struggle between ancient wisdom and contemporary existence became palpable. Environmental crises, technological advancements, and the relentless pace of life challenged the very principles that these ancient stories embodied. People began to realize that the old ways held answers to modern dilemmas, urging them to reconnect with the earth and each other. Silent forests, once filled with the laughter of children and the songs of birds, risked becoming mere backdrops to urban sprawl. Yet movements sprang forth, driven by a desire to protect the land that had nurtured their ancestors. Activists took to the streets, their chants echoing the calls of the ancient gods, demanding respect for nature and a return to sustainable practices. This was not just about environmentalism. It was a spiritual awakening that resonated with the myths of old. In the shadows, the folklore of the land began to take on new forms. Writers and artists, inspired by the rich tapestry of Baltic mythology, infused their work with elements of the past. The characters sprang to life, their journeys reflecting the struggles and triumphs of contemporary society. The stories that once served to educate and entertain were now a means of understanding the complexities of modern existence. They were a bridge, linking the past to the present, whispering truths that transcended time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the air grew thick with the palpable energy of transformation. Cultural institutions and museums recognized the importance of preserving these tales, creating spaces where ancient and modern could coexist. Exhibits showcased the delicate craftsmanship of traditional artisans, while inviting discussions on how these practices could inform today's world. The past was not merely a relic, it was a living, breathing entity that inspired innovation and creativity. On the edge of the forest, the man felt the weight of those ancient stories pressing against his heart, igniting a fire within. He knew that the mythology of the Baltic people was not confined to dusty books or forgotten tales. It was alive, pulsing with energy and relevance, inviting all who dared to listen. With each step deeper into the woods, he embraced the emotions that surged through him: fear, hope, joy, and sorrow, all interwoven like the intricate patterns of a traditional folk tapestry. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the next chapter of this unfolding narrative. The spirit of the ancestors lingered, watching over the revival of their stories, urging the modern world to remember that the lessons of the past could illuminate the path forward. And as the stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, the man knew this was just the beginning. The myths were not simply stories. They were the heartbeat of a culture yearning to resonate with the world, to find its place in an ever-changing landscape. The echoes of the past beckoned, and he could not turn away. Under the dim glow of a flickering lantern, the shadows danced along the ancient stone walls, whispering tales of gods and mortals. Outside, the wind howled as if mourning the lost secrets of civilization, while inside, the warmth of a fire illuminated the faces of those who listened closely. Each flicker held a story, a thread woven through the tapestry of human history, drawing parallels between the hearts of different cultures that beat in sync with the rhythm of the cosmos. The gods of Olympus, with their grandiose ambitions and flaws, shared a curious kinship with the spirits of the Norse realms. Both pantheons held tales of creation, filled with epic battles and tragic love. In the Greek tales, Zeus reigned supreme, casting thunderbolts and seducing mortals, while Odin, the All-Father, sacrificed his eye for wisdom, hanging lifeless on a tree for 9 days. Such sacrifices highlight a universal truth: that knowledge often demands a price. The emotions run high as warriors clash, lovers weep, and gods meddle in the affairs of mortals. In the ancient Egyptian lands, the story diverges, yet flows along the same river of belief. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, stood as a testament to resurrection, echoing the themes of rebirth found in Greek mythology. The tale of Isis mourning her slain husband resonates with the grief of Demeter, searching for her daughter Persephone. The cycle of life and death binds them, where sorrow gives birth to hope. These emotions ripple through time, drawing connections between societies separated by vast deserts and endless seas, yet united by a shared fear of mortality and yearning for immortality. The Celtic myths whisper through the trees, their rich tapestry woven with nature's heartbeat. The tales of Cuchulainn and the tragic beauty of Deirdre of the Sorrows unveil deep feelings that resonate universally. There lies a kinship with the struggles of the heroes of Troy, where honor and love are eternally at odds. The Celtic lands celebrated the other world, where the boundary between life and death blurred, much like the Greek concept of the underworld and the Norse hell. Each tale, laden with emotion, reinforced the fragile nature of human existence and the eternal quest for understanding beyond the veil. In the East, the intricate worlds of Hindu and Buddhist mythologies beckon with their vibrant colors and complex narratives. The playful gods of the Hindu pantheon, like Krishna, share the stage with deeply contemplative figures, such as Siddhartha. Both reflect the ever-present dance between joy and suffering, love and detachment. The stories of cosmic battles in the Mahabharata are echoed in the fierce confrontations of the gods in Olympus and the Asgard. Yet, it is in the stillness of meditation, the breath between the chaos, that the true meaning of the human experience is unveiled, an emotional thread that connects every myth, regardless of its origin. The shared motifs of creation, destruction, love, and loss resonate through these tales, creating an invisible web that binds cultures together. In the Americas, the myths of the Aztecs and Incas speak of gods who walked among mortals, their lives intertwined with the very essence of nature. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, mirrors the transformative journeys of deities found in both the Indian and Greek traditions. Amidst the rituals and sacrifices, there lies an emotional weight, a yearning for connection, understanding, and survival that transcends geographic boundaries. As the fire crackled, a hush fell over the listeners, each captivated by the realization of their shared humanity. The moments of triumph and despair echoed throughout history, revealing a collective consciousness that binds us all. The storms of existence rage on, yet within every tempest, there lies the tender whisper of hope. The tales of heroes, like Gilgamesh seeking immortality, or Beowulf battling Grendel, speak to the universal struggle against the inevitable end. The heart races with each confrontation, the reader's breath hitching at the precipice of triumph or tragedy. Such stories don't simply entertain, they reflect the myriad emotions that define our existence, revealing the fears and aspirations that have fueled humanity throughout the ages. Each mythology serves as a mirror, reflecting the values, struggles, and dreams of its culture, yet revealing the shared essence of human experience. The stories from the Far East, with their intricate parables, resonate with the raw emotions found in the Viking sagas. Every tear shed, every laugh shared, creates ripples that echo across time and space. The weight of these narratives lingers, urging the listener to ponder their place in the grand story of existence. As the lantern flickered one last time, a haunting silence enveloped the room. The air was thick with the ghosts of those who came before, their stories forever etched in the fabric of time. The tension hung palpably, urging the audience to look deeper, to recognize the fragile threads that connect them to the past. Each myth, a heartbeat in the collective story of humanity, reminds us that though we may walk different paths, our destination remains the same: a quest for meaning, connection, and ultimately, love. And just as the fire began to dim, a soft breeze swept through the room, carrying with it the scent of forgotten tales yet to be told. The echoes of laughter and sorrow mingled, inviting the listeners to lean closer, to chase the flickering shadows of stories yet to be uncovered. What lay ahead was a labyrinth of emotions where every twist and turn promised to unveil yet another layer of the human condition. The stories were not finished. They would continue to unfold, each revealing a new facet of the eternal emotional journey that binds us all together. In the fading light of dusk, the whispers of ancient trees mingled with the laughter of children playing near a weathered stone. This stone, marked with strange symbols and draped in the stories of forgotten times, echoed with the pulse of the past. The Baltic world, rich with myth and legend, had been tucked away in the shadows of history, but now, a shimmering thread of revival began to weave its way through modern life. It was as if the spirits of the forest, the rivers, and the stars had stirred, beckoning humanity back to the tales that once defined them. Tales of Perkunas, the thunder god, resonated in the hearts of the young and old alike, igniting a spark of curiosity about the age-old stories that shaped the essence of their culture. Festivals sprung up, vibrant and alive, where people dressed in traditional garb, adorned with garlands of wildflowers, evoked images of a time when the earth was alive with the magic of the natural world. Families gathered to share stories of the sun goddess, Sol, and the moon god, Manulis. Each tale spun a web of connection, a feeling that something beautiful and profound was being reborn. The air was charged with excitement, a mixture of nostalgia and discovery. Artists, poets, and musicians breathed life into these myths, infusing them into their work. Wooden carvings and paintings adorned galleries, depicting the enchanting figures of Baltic lore. A sense of pride surged through the communities, as if a light had been reignited in the hearts of the people. They began to understand that these were not just old stories. They were a part of their identity, a tapestry woven from the threads of every generation. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the fields, a group gathered for the evening's celebrations. The crackling of the fire became a heartbeat, pulsing with the rhythm of drums that echoed the ancestral music long forgotten. Here, the children listened wide-eyed as their grandparents recounted the epic tales of Lachplesis, the bear slayer, whose bravery and cunning became symbols of hope and resilience. Each story acted as a bridge, connecting the old and the new, reminding everyone that they were part of a continuum, a lineage of strength and spirit. In the flicker of the flame, the intensity of the stories grew. A deep connection formed between the listeners, a shared understanding of their roots. The elders' voices carried weight, as if channeling the wisdom of ages past. They spoke not only of gods and heroes, but of the land itself, the forests that guarded secrets, and the rivers that whispered wisdom. The very earth seemed to respond, a silent witness to the revival of its children's heritage. Yet, amid this vibrant resurgence, shadows lurked. The challenges of modernity loomed large, threatening to overshadow these treasured traditions. Urbanization stretched its arms, and technology raced ahead, tempting the youth with distractions that could pull them away from their cultural foundations. But this was not merely a struggle. It was a call to action. The stories resonated with urgency, igniting a fire in the hearts of the younger generation. They began to seek out their heritage, to understand the depth of their mythology, recognizing that it was a beacon guiding them through the noise of the modern world. In the bustling city streets, artists began to paint murals that told tales of the past, weaving vibrant colors with the spirits of old. Music festivals celebrated traditional sounds, blending them with contemporary beats, creating a fusion that honored the past while embracing the future. With each drumbeat, the heartbeat of the mythology grew louder, echoing through the minds of those who had once forgotten. Communities rallied together to revive ancient practices, from traditional farming methods rooted in respect for the land to crafts and rituals that had nearly slipped into oblivion. Young people began to gather under the stars, sharing stories and songs that echoed the age-old traditions, their laughter ringing through the night like the calls of ancient spirits. They were not just preserving history, they were actively participating in a living culture, breathing new life into the myths that once defined their ancestors. As night fell, the stars sparkled above, seeming to twinkle in acknowledgement of the revival below. A young girl, dressed in a simple white dress, stepped forward to recite a poem she had written, inspired by the stories her grandmother had shared. Her voice trembled with emotion, raw and pure. As she recounted the beauty of Saul's golden rays and the sorrow of the forest spirits that had once been forgotten, the crowd listened in rapt attention, a wave of energy sweeping through them, binding them together in shared reverence for their heritage. This moment was electric, the air thick with hope and connection. The past and present collided beautifully, creating a tapestry of culture that resonated with everyone present. The revival was not merely about remembering, it was about reimagining a future rooted in the strength of their ancestry, a celebration of what it meant to be Baltic in a world that often overlooked such treasures. In this vibrant atmosphere, a sense of continuity emerged, a promise that their stories would not be lost again. As the flames danced in the night, illuminating faces filled with awe and recognition, the winds carried whispers of the old gods, still listening. They embraced this moment of resurgence, witnessing the hearts of the people that beat in unison with the rhythms of the universe. In the shadows, a figure watched with a knowing smile, a guardian of the ancient ways. With each laugh, each cheer, the stories lived on, intertwining with the laughter of children, the hopes of the young, and the wisdom of the elders. The revival was just beginning, an eternal flame that sparked new beginnings. As the night deepened, the voices grew louder, echoing through the valleys. This was not an ending. It was merely the beginning of something magnificent, a renaissance that would not be forgotten, a continuous thread that connected the past with the present, forever weaving new stories into the fabric of existence. In the shadow of ancient forests, where the winds whisper tales of old, the last echoes of Baltic mythology cling stubbornly to the air, like the lingering scent of damp earth after rain. The stories of gods and spirits, of life and death, float just beyond the grasp of modernity, yet they pulse with a beating heart beneath the surface, yearning to be heard. But as the world hastens forward, the fragile strands of these myths are threatened, caught in the relentless march of time and change. In small villages, where the cobblestones are worn smooth by centuries of footsteps, the elders gather by flickering fires. Their voices rise and fall like the flames, weaving tales of Perkunas, the thunder god who strikes the sky with lightning, and Laima, the goddess of fate, whose delicate hands shape destinies. Yet, as they speak, a palpable tension hangs in the air, thick with concern. The youth, drawn by the allure of the digital age, drift away, their eyes fixed on glowing screens, leaving behind a tapestry of stories that is slowly fraying at the edges. Each story lost is a thread unraveling from the cloak of history. The myths, rich with symbolism and meaning, are not merely tales. They are the very essence of a people's identity. The vibrant colors of tradition fade as the old ways are overshadowed by globalization. Where the noise of urban life drowns out the the soft, sacred songs of the forest. The very landscapes that inspired these myths, towering oaks, mysterious rivers, and the vast, deep Baltic Sea, are also at risk, transformed by modern demands and environmental shifts. Each tree felled, each river dammed, is a quiet erasure of the sacred spaces that housed the divine. In the archives of history, there are whispers of a time when these stories flowed freely, passed down through generations, sung by mothers to their children beneath the starlit sky. But now, the archives themselves face decay and neglect, a testament to the challenges of preserving ancient texts and artifacts. Dust-laden tomes sit untouched, their spines creaking under the weight of history, while the languages of the past risk being lost, mere relics of a world that feels increasingly out of reach. Artisans, once the heartbeat of culture, struggle to keep their crafts alive. The making of intricate wooden carvings depicting mythological scenes requires not only skill, but also a deep understanding of the stories behind them. Yet, as mass production takes precedence, the authentic craftsmanship that once flourished in the hands of skilled workers fades. Young talents are drawn to the hustle of city life, their creative energies channeled into modern expressions that often overlook their cultural roots. It's a heartbreaking reality, as the souls of these artisans long to share their heritage, but find themselves at a crossroads, caught between tradition and the future. The challenges of preserving Baltic mythology are not just about stories or artifacts. They are about keeping the spirit of a culture alive. Festivals celebrating ancient rites have dwindled, their vibrant energy dimmed by the passage of time and the harsh glare of practicality. The old songs that once filled the air with joy and reverence are becoming mere echoes, faint and distant. As the celebrations lose their participants, the connection to the land and its myths weakens, leaving a void that can hardly be filled by modern interpretations. Yet, amid this struggle, there is a flicker of hope. Activists and scholars, fueled by passion, labor tirelessly to revive these ancient stories, to breathe life into the forgotten. They organize workshops to teach folk songs and dances, igniting a spark in the hearts of the young, drawing them back to their roots. They dive into the archives, pulling forth forgotten texts, bringing them into the light once more. But their efforts are met with resistance. The path to revival is fraught with obstacles. Funding is scarce, and the complexities of modern society often overshadow the importance of cultural preservation. The tension between old and new grows as voices both in favor and against preservation clash. Some argue that in a rapidly changing world, clinging to the past is an anchor, holding back progress. Others counter that without these stories, without the connection to heritage, society risks losing its soul. The air crackles with emotion as discussions heat up, revealing the raw underbelly of a community grappling with its identity. In the dim light of a village hall, a gathering of passionate souls ignites a fierce debate. One elder rises, his voice trembling with age and conviction, sharing stories that pulse with emotion, recounting how the myths shaped their ancestors' lives, offering guidance and wisdom in times of trouble. His words, laced with urgency, fill the room, igniting memories in the hearts of those listening. Tears glisten in the eyes of the listeners as they remember the warmth of their own childhood stories, the magic that once enveloped their lives. The weight of history rests heavily upon them, a reminder of what is at stake. As the night deepens, the flickering candles cast shadows that dance around the room, echoing the stories of old. A new generation begins to stir, their curiosity piqued, sensing the significance of what is being shared. They lean in closer, captivated by the elders' tales. It's a moment suspended in time, where the past meets the present, and the possibility of renewal hangs in the air like the promise of dawn. But the challenges remain vast, looming like dark clouds on the horizon. Will the stories, those precious threads of identity, be woven back into the fabric of everyday life, or will they slip away, lost to a world that often forgets? The struggle continues, hearts aching with the desire to preserve a legacy that is both fragile and powerful. The tension builds, a relentless push and pull between the need to honor the past and the urgency of the future. And just as hope flickers, a new vision emerges, a collective realization that perhaps the way forward lies not in rigid preservation, but in adaptation. The stories can evolve, intertwining with modern experiences while retaining their core essence. The ancient myths can live on, resonating with new generations, if only they can find a way to bridge the gap. The tension remains, a taut line pulled tight, ready to snap or connect, as the dance of preservation continues, echoing through the ages, whispering promises of renewal and resilience. Under a sky painted with strokes of violet and gold, the wind whispered across the ancient forests of the Baltic region, carrying with it the echoes of stories long forgotten but never truly erased. The trees, standing tall and wise, bore witness to the lives of countless generations, their gnarled roots entwined with the myths that shaped the hearts and minds of those who came before. In this magical land, where the lines between reality and myth blurred like the edges of a dream, the future of Baltic mythology hung in the air, charged with promise and possibility. In the small village of Kernave, nestled among rolling hills and shimmering rivers, an old woman named Laima sat by the fire in her modest home, her hands deftly weaving a tapestry. Each thread she pulled was a reminder of the stories passed down through the ages, tales of Perkunas, the thunder god, and the gentle goddess of fate, Laima, whose presence was felt in every birth and blessing. Her fingers moved as if guided by the spirits of her ancestors, each knot a prayer, each color a memory. To her, these stories were not just remnants of the past. They were the lifeblood of her identity, and she weaved them into the very fabric of the future. The younger generations, however, wandered through life with their eyes glued to screens, the glow of technology dulling their connection to the past. They were lost in a world where the ancient deities faded, like the last rays of sunlight on a summer evening. But signs of change flickered in the air like fireflies, promising a rekindling of interest in their heritage. At the local school, a group of students gathered around their teacher, captivated as she recounted the tales of the forest spirits and the mythical creatures that roamed the land. The classroom, once an echo of silence, buzzed with excitement. Questions erupted like the thunder that Perkunas wielded. What if we could see these beings? Can we bring them back? In that moment, the past surged forward, breathing life into the old myths. The students began to realize that these stories were not mere fantasies. They were reflections of their own fears, joys, and hopes. A young boy, eager and bright-eyed, became entranced by the tale of the Nikstukas, the mischievous spirit that protected the secrets of the woods. He envisioned himself as the hero, bravely facing the unknown. The spark ignited a fire within him, a yearning to dive deeper into the rich tapestry of Baltic mythology. Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Vilnius, an artist named Ruta stood in front of an empty canvas, her heart racing with inspiration. She envisioned a mural that would breathe new life into the forgotten stories of her ancestors. With each stroke of her brush, she painted the vibrant tales of the sun goddess, Sol, as she danced across the sky, casting her golden light on the world below. Ruta felt the weight of history in her hands. She was not just creating art, but resurrecting a legacy. As she worked, she imagined passers-by, pausing to gaze at her mural, their eyes lighting up with recognition, their hearts swelling with pride. The stories would not be lost. They would rise, like the dawn, illuminating the path forward. But the shadows of doubt lurked, casting a dark pall over the revival. Some whispered that these traditions were relics of a bygone era, irrelevant in a fast-paced world. The optimism of the students and artists faced an uphill battle against the relentless tide of modernity. Yet, the yearning for connection remained, buried beneath layers of indifference, waiting to be unearthed. It was in the hearts of those who believed that the myths could be reborn. As the autumn leaves began to fall, a cultural festival emerged, celebrating the ancient ways. The air hummed with anticipation, the scent of baked goods mingling with the crispness of the season. Families gathered, their laughter ringing through the air like a familiar tune. In the heart of the festival, a stage was set for performances that would bring the myths to life. Dancers adorned in vibrant costumes, representing the spirits of the forest, twirled and leaped, their movements echoing the rhythm of the stories told by firelight. The audience watched, enraptured, as the legends unfolded before their eyes, igniting a spark of recognition deep within their souls. Eager whispers filled the air, tales of Perkunas and Laima reverberating among the crowd. The children, wide-eyed and smiling, stepped into this world of wonder, their imaginations taking flight. The ancient gods and goddesses seemed to awaken from their slumber, the energy palpable, radiating through every heart present. Here, in this moment, Baltic mythology was no longer confined to the pages of dusty books. It lived, breathed, and danced among them. Amid the celebration, a young woman named Jurate felt a deep pull towards the sea. She wandered to the shores, where the waves crashed against the rocks, their rhythm a timeless song. She gazed into the depths, longing for a connection to her ancestors. The legends of the sea goddess, Jurate, flooded her mind, of love, of loss, of strength. As she stood there, she sensed that these stories were not just myths, but powerful truths that shaped the very essence of her being. The future of Baltic mythology was not merely a reflection of the past. It was alive, woven into the fabric of her existence, calling out to be embraced and celebrated. In a world moving ever faster towards an uncertain future, the threads of Baltic mythology began to intertwine with the modern narrative. Each retelling, each artistic expression breathed new life into age-old wisdom, and a sense of hope emerged. The stories that had once been whispered in the shadows were now echoing in the hearts of the young and old alike, reminding them of their roots, their identity, and the beauty of their shared heritage. And as night fell over the Baltic lands, the stars twinkled above like the watchful eyes of the ancient deities. The connection to the past, once tenuous, grew stronger, intertwining with the dreams of the future. It was a moment suspended in time, a glimpse into what could be, a tapestry of stories, adventures, and an unbreakable bond to the land. The myths that had shaped generations were not just relics. They were the heartbeat of a vibrant culture, ready to embrace its destiny. The winds carried the promise of renewal, whispering the ancient names, ensuring they would never be forgotten.